Welcome back, everyone, to day 3 of the GI Health Summit. I'm your host, Chef AJ, and I'm so happy you're here. So, what have you guys learned so far? Please share it on the summit page. We'd love to hear from you and interact with you live. Remember that the summit is delivered live every day starting at 8 a.m. Pacific time, which is 11 a.m. Eastern time, for about 4 hours. We usually have about 4 interviews. The video occurs as soon as the day's audio ends. We can't deliver the video live, but right after the last interview ends, you have about 20 hours to rewatch the videos as often as you want. And you can also just listen to the audio as well, because there is one today where you're really going to want to see the video. When you see this young man's incredible recovery from ulcerative colitis, you are not going to believe the photo. So even if you listen to it live, please also consider watching the video. Today, we're going to talk about when GI problems turn into diseases. And we're going to start the day with Dr. Michael Klaper, followed by a registered dietitian named Lori Wellstead, who actually works for one of the GI doctors that is doing 2 interviews in this summit, Dr. Edwin McDonald. She's from Chicago, and she suffers from celiac disease, but it took a long time to figure it out because the symptoms were so vague. And she's going to talk about why and when you might want to get tested for it. She's also going to talk about gluten. And then Shamiz Kachwala, he healed himself from ulcerative colitis with a plant-based diet. He's the one you definitely want to watch the video because you're not going to believe how sick this young man was and how he recovered. And we'll end the day with Dr. Ron Weiss, who knows so much about the soil and how the soil actually has a microbiome, just like we do, and how we are messing up our food system and how that is messing up our guts. Remember that the doctors probably aren't watching live, so when you ask them questions on the summit page, it's not likely that they will respond. But on Thursday, one of the summit doctors, Dr. Doug Drussman, is going to do a live presentation later in the day, so you might be able to ask him questions then. But please keep in mind that most of the professionals on this summit also do telemedicine. So if you can't see them in person, it's very likely you can see them virtually, like Dr. Michael Klaper, who can do a consult virtually almost anywhere in the world. And he's been helping people, thousands of patients, for over 40 years. He really is a legend. What a dear man. And he knows a lot about the gut. He actually produced a wonderful DVD about digestion. And he is going to be talking about leaky gut, why it's often undiagnosed and misunderstood, and what this could mean for you if you're suffering. Please welcome to the summit, Dr. Michael Klaper. Hi, Dr. Klaper, and welcome to the GI Health Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, it's great to be with you and your viewers all the time, AJ. Thanks for the invitation.
Oh, it's an honor. So, Dr. Klaper, you've been a medical doctor for over 40 years. You've taken care of thousands of patients, and it seems that so many people today have ill health in the area of their gastrointestinal tract. I don't know if you've noticed that, but it seems like everybody I know has something, whether it's chronic constipation or IBS. Have you noticed an increase in this? And if so, why do you think that is?
Oh my, AJ, I'm glad we've got some time to talk about it because you just asked a pivotal question, and the answer is fairly complex. I'll do what I can to simplify it. And to do that, we have to take an evolutionary step back, either a million years or at least to the beginning of each of your viewers' lives. And starting with our anatomy, that basically, if you believe in evolution at all, we came up through the simian line, the ape line of creatures. And just like our bonobo and gorilla cousins have, we got fingers on our hands, not claws. We got these big, long intestinal tract for digesting fiber. And our bonobo and gorilla cousins are up in the trees eating leaves and fruits. And when we follow that basic truth of our anatomy, if the meals that are going down our gut are whole plant foods that really grow out of the ground, we're going to come back to this theme again and again. But seriously, any gorilla mom raising her little one, nurses until weaning time, whether that's months or years, But eventually the baby then goes off to eating their leaves and fruits and stems, and they spend all day basically grazing on herbage. And the intestinal tract of that little creature is from infancy subjected to the steady stream of well-chewed, high fiber, complex carbohydrate herbage coming down week after week, month after month, year after year. That's going to induce particular enzymes in the intestinal lining. It'll induce certain enzymes in the liver, and very importantly, it's going to summon forth a population of microbes in that little gorilla's gut that are basically the microbes that he gets, somewhat from his mother during birth, assuming he didn't have a cesarean section. But the leaves and the fruit, of course, they're all covered with microbes, and they're really what's seeding that infant gorilla's gut. And as the gorilla grows up into its adolescent years and puberty years, the GI system is well used to dealing with this particular plant-based food stream, and like an old shoe that gets comfortable, it knows what's coming down. And I never had a gorilla in the office complaining of constipation or irritable bowel syndrome. They pass these big, soft stools that are classic of creatures eating high fiber diets, and they really don't have the kind of digestive problems that we do. Well, contrast that with modern Homo sapiens infant growing up, from unless they're lucky enough to be breastfed, as all infants should, right away they're exposed to a liquid full of cow's milk protein, or even the soy-based one, etc. Just certainly not mother's milk. That again does particular changes to the gut lining, to the liver enzymes, etc. Certainly summons up a different set of microbes. And then at age 6 months, the baby's still nursing on the breast with all the love in the mother's heart. That jar of baby lamb, baby chicken, baby turkey is opened. And from that point on, 3 times a day, animal flesh is slathered on that infant's gut. And then doesn't take very long before Uncle Harry comes along and gives him a few Skittles and candies, and suddenly the processed food parade begins. Not only with these refined sugars, etc., but all the artificial colorings and flavorings, preservatives and dough conditioners, and all the things in processed food. And that's what this poor little infant's gut is subjected to. Is there any wonder that so many children are in the pediatrician's office with abdominal cramps and failure to thrive and diarrhea and fecal retention? And the pediatric gastroenterologists make their livings off these problems, which really, you raise a child on a whole food plant-based diet. I've delivered over 20 vegan infants, vegan moms and dads, and watched them raise their child on plant-based food. The children thrive, and they don't have constipation, they don't have food cravings, they don't go through all this. So this is a big, long run-up. Say, here now you take an adult who's been eating the standard Western diet, really 20 years, 30 years, and bathing their intestinal lining with meat and dairy and oils and sugars and processed food day after day after day, summoning up all the microbes that particular food stream going to summon up. And then the light goes on. Then they come to one of your webinars, and they see Forks Over Knives, or they go to a Dr. McDougall lecture, and then on the plant-based light goes on, wonderful. And they start eating with plant-based foods, great. And most people don't have any problem. Most people, oh boy, they ordered the bean chili instead of the beef chili. No big deal. It's still great tasting chili, and they don't have a problem. But a significant number of folks, and you and I know them well, it's like trying to turn an ocean liner, all the changes that have to happen, and the microbes and the gut lining and the enzymes and the liver, etc. And not everybody can do this on a dime. And some folks, they're going to have lag between time for their enzymes to change, for the intestinal mucus to change, for them to absorb nutrients better, for their microbes to change. And during this transition time, which may be days, may not happen at all, but may be days, but it may be weeks or months or even years before people can finally turn that ocean liner and their intestine believes it. They wind up with all the problems that you and I know well. They get the gas and the cramps and the loose stools and the constipation and bloating and all of that. And there are reasons for each of these, and we can talk about strategies for this, but by and large, we have to step back and really honor the realities of making this change. Being overly dramatic, the monstrous conditions, though, the really, should I say, inhuman conditions. Here, Homo sapiens are not supposed to have those conditions down in their gut with meat and dairy and oils and sugars, but we created this bizarre milieu down our gut that takes a while to straighten out. And fortunately, the gut's very forgiving, and most people are able to do this. But again, when you realize the place where we're starting, not so hard to see that it may not be quite so easy to get to that land of digestive nirvana. We could talk about specifics, but you just have to start by recognizing the realities of where we're at with our standard Western diet.
I love that, digestion nirvana. That is something that we can all aspire to. You have a sign behind you that says it's the food, and yet most people that go to most doctors, regardless of the specialty, are not told that what they're eating has anything to do with any of their symptoms, even GI symptoms sometimes.
Oh, it's remarkable. It's embarrassing as a physician. God love my colleagues, and they do wonderful work. And you've got a GI bleed or a cancer, you want a good gastroenterologist on your team, no question. But there's this appalling blind spot in the heads and minds of everyone with MD or DO after their name. The vast majority, it's starting to change. But it's stunning. And I'm guilty of it too. I practiced medicine for 30 plus years. Well, not that long, the first 10 years of my career. But most doctors practice medicine like what our patients are eating has no effect on these diseases. When the truth is, I'm telling the medical students, that's why your patient is sitting in front of you, obese and diabetic and hypertensive and clogged up and inflamed from what they're eating, what they're running through their bloodstream every 4 hours with every buffalo wing and chicken breast. And the majority of these symptoms, as we started talking about, but as you're implying, is the food. And the second line here, my little plaque here, very importantly, it says it's been the food all along. And that's the key thing. Oh, I've never had good digestion. Well, what have you been eating all these years? Maybe your gut's been trying to give you a message about that. But the gastroenterologists, they don't pay much attention to, you would think of all the specialties, the GI folks would be really tuned in on the effect of food smearing along their target organ. You'd think they would have that one down. But you go to the gastroenterologist, bloating, let me give you some simethicone for your gas, or let me give you you're obviously not digesting your food. Let me give you some digestive enzymes. And, it's a problem-oriented Band-Aid approach. But take a step back, doctor. Maybe that gut is trying to tell you and the owner of the gut an important message that meat and dairy and oils and sugars are not the right fuel. It's like putting diesel fuel in a gasoline-burning engine. Wrong fuel. So again, I'm trying to reach the gastroenterologists and all the specialists because they all have this blind spot. The cardiologists, the internists, and the endocrinologists, God love them all, but they're not seeing it's what your patients are eating, doctors. But now thanks to you and your colleague, the patients are ahead of the doctors. They got an idea that anyone watching this program already is the lights on that maybe what I'm eating could be improved, and that's almost always the story, for sure.
And not just for GI health, but so many of the diseases that you've been treating over 40 years, they're really diseases of culinary medicine.
Absolutely, the autoimmune diseases and the clogged arteries and the high blood pressure and the diabetes. Pick a Western degenerative disease. When I lecture to the medical students, as part of our Moving Medicine Forward initiative. I say, listen, when you open the door of the waiting room in your office or the emergency department or the surgical outpatient clinic, you're not going to see people with leprosy and smallpox. It's going to be obesity and diabetes and clogged arteries and hypertension from what they are eating. And that's, that's where we got to start. Because the more glorious truth, as you're well aware, is that get the people on a food stream full of rice and beans and greens and fruits and vegetables, a whole food, plant-based food stream, and these diseases go away. The obesity melts away, and the high blood pressure goes down, the arteries open up, the joints stop hurting, the asthmatic lungs stop wheezing so much, the migraine headaches get better. They turn into normal people, and you realize it was the food all along. That's the power of this second line there. It's the food, it's the food, it's the food. So glad we're talking about it. Yes, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you said about how we're meant to eat foods that are high in fiber, that we chew well, yet so many people, whether they're vegan or not, eat a majority of their calories from processed food, which barely requires chewing and has no fiber, like animal products have no fiber.
Absolutely. And, our mothers told us, chew your food. How right she was. It turns out that nature gave us 32 of the best juicers on the planet, 16 in our upper jaw and 16 in our lower jaw. And it's really important to use them. The more I learn about this, the more respect I have for this mechanism. First of all, that's how you grind up the food and break up the cell walls. Remember, all the goodies in plants, all the vitamins and minerals and proteins and essential fat are locked up inside these cell walls of cellulose. You can see them under a microscope. And we don't have enzymes to break down cellulose. We need to physically grind them up, break those cell walls, and that's why it's important to chew your food to a cream, to puree it, to get the nutrients out so you can absorb them. But also, there's air in the food. There's air in between the leaves of the salad. There's air between the grains of rice and a forkful of rice. And if you're eating and talking and shoveling the food in, and you swallow all that air, you blow your belly up with air. And once your stomach's full of air, it's going to go one of two places. It's going to go up or going to go down. You either release it from above with a discreet belch after the meal, or it's going to go down and rumble and grumble and burgle, and you pass with gas and you blame the beans. But a lot of it just swallowed air from eating so fast. And again, coming back to Mother's advice, one advantage of chewing your food to a cream is that it forces the air out of your food. You're going to have a lot less gas and bloating and distension if you'll put the fork down and make broccoli puree in your mouth before you swallow it. You'll get more nutrition out of it, and you'll stay a lot more acceptable to your friends, or you'll pass a lot less gas and swallow a lot less air.
That's great. So a lot of people are lactose intolerant. I myself was born allergic to milk, yet instead of telling people not to drink milk, they'll say, drink this kind of milk, drink Lactaid, or take this so that take this so that you can have this, which you shouldn't have. Why is dairy so problematic to human health in general, but especially to people with sensitive guts or GI disorders in particular?
Oh, my. I did much of my growing up on my uncle's dairy farm in northern Wisconsin. I've been milking cows since I was 8. And, it's funny the way we've accepted this. All American, you want that Farmer Jones out there milking those cows and put the cheese on the table like it's a natural food. Well, the reality is, and during starvation times, and if there's a famine, and so somebody's got a cow in the backyard, I don't have any objections to taking some of the milk. That's fair enough. But the truth, and that's probably where it came from. It said that in ancient times, probably some young nursing mother was run over by a chariot, and they got a suckling infant that don't know what to do. There's no lactating women around. There's a cow over there. Let's feed the baby the cow's milk. And you save the baby's life. Fair enough. Okay. But from that root grows this whole dairy industry that here we are 2-3 times a day consuming the milk of a cow. Well, cow's milk is for baby calves, and it's full of bovine proteins and bovine sugars that not everybody can digest well. and we crossed a species barrier there that we really shouldn't be crossing. And we just chalked it up to, well, irritable stomach or whatever. But now we realize that this panoply of sugars and proteins, etc., in many people causes a low-grade level of inflammation and damage to the gut wall. They lose the ability to absorb nutrients. They have all sorts of terrible symptoms of diarrhea and bloating. And again, this is just their gut waving a big flag saying, stop the cow's milk. You've got no more need for the milk of a cow than you do the milk of a giraffe. Would you pour dog milk on your cereal? Would you pour rat milk? Yeah. How about, oh, here's some nice baboon milk. How about a nice glass of, what are we talking about? Well, same thing. That we've somehow accepted cow milk as normal. It's not. And all these symptoms are really your body and the truth of species on this planet saying, stick to your own kind. If you're a nursing baby, drink mother's milk. Other than that, when you outgrow it, leave the milk behind. And you'll be a lot healthier if you do.
I love that. That was profound. I've never heard it said that way about crossing the species barrier. And some people can stop drinking milk, but man, tell them to stop cheese and you think you're taking their breath away. Really,
but fortunately, St. Miyoko has come to our rescue here, and now there's all these vegan cheeses. Now they're made from nuts and they're high in fat and they're treat food. But if you just want that little taste of cheesy something on your tongue, there's even vegan versions of that these days. But really, stop the cow's milk, because seriously, it's not only has these allergenic proteins and some undigestible sugars for many people, but the cows are pregnant. The milk is full of estrogens and growth hormones and things that you don't want to be pouring on your cereal and taking into your body. If you're a woman with a breast lump or a guy with a big prostate gland, these are seriously adverse substances for your health. So enough with the cow's milk. We now see that.
That's great. What effect do high fat and high sugar foods have on the gut? Because I've seen so many people when they adopted more of a whole food plant-based diet without oil and sugar, even things like reflux go away. They no longer need to take those protein pump inhibitors.
Exactly. And we're seeing now how ill-advised, how unbalancing these refined sugars and refined oils are. Let me say that I'm not anti-carb. Our body runs on carbohydrates. We run on sugars. And I'm not anti-fat. You need some fat. Our skin oils are made of fat. The brain is wrapped in fats. Our hormones are made of fats. But the point is, get them out of whole foods. Get your carbohydrates out of whole grains, whole sweet potatoes, quinoa, etc., beans. And get your oils out of nuts and seeds, small amount, an ounce a day, but get it out of whole foods, not out of glass bottles. And when we humans, we love that taste of fat and sugar on our tongue. And so we eat them in various forms. And we could spend the rest of our time just talking about the adverse effects of these fats and oils, and these refined sugars. The sugars get absorbed quickly. They stick to proteins in our body, and then which gets oxidized by our body heat and ages our proteins throughout the body, including on the surface of the gut, so we're less able to absorb nutrients. The fats and oils can make membranes unstable. They can interfere with blood clotting, and the fats, they change the gut permeability. The more fat that is eaten, that is consumed in the diet, especially these easily digestible fat, you summon up microbes who love to eat fat. and their byproducts injure the gut wall and allow food proteins and bacterial products to leak into the bloodstream and set off mischief in distant parts of the body. No other animal crushes the fat out of nuts and olives and pours it out in food. It's an unnatural thing to do. It's liquid fat in a bottle. And the damage starts with the gut wall as soon as these fats and sugars are contacted there. And so, again, the whole plant foods, the rice and the beans and the greens, fruits and veggies don't do those bad things. Stick with the whole foods and you'll be fine. There's other ways to season your food without pouring oil all over them, for sure. You know all about that.
Absolutely. Maybe in addition to not crossing the species barrier, we should also not cross the fiber barrier and make sure that we eat everything with the fiber intact.
Well said. Well said. Seriously, let me talk about that. When you eat an olive, when you eat a piece of coconut, the micro droplets of olive oil or coconut oil are firmly attached to the fiber of the coconut, of the olive. And as you chew it up, it takes hours for your digestive enzymes to get into that piece of olive or piece of coconut and start digesting the carbohydrates and liberating the fat globules that the lipase enzymes then have to emulsify, that's what gets in the bloodstream. All these enzymatic processes slow down the absorption, and the amount of fat in your blood rises very gradually. One pass through the liver, pretty much cleared out of there. But when you pour liquid coconut oil, liquid olive oil, look at any kind of oil in your food, nothing slows down the absorption. That oil leaps into your bloodstream and it causes mischief. It can injure paralyze the inner lining of the blood vessels so they can't dilate as well. They, as I mentioned, they interfere with blood clotting. That can be a big problem if you fall and hit your head. It increases insulin resistance, making diabetes worse. Again, these oils are unnatural foods, and we have no need for them. And the fibers you mentioned is the real key differentiator. As long as you're eating a whole coconut, a whole olive there with the fiber intact, that'll keep things pretty safe for you.
Great. You mentioned why dairy is so deleterious in general and to the gut specifically. What about other animal products? Do they have the same effect?
Oh my, they really do in various other ways. Again, we could talk all about animal muscle. There's certainly issues regarding fats, etc. But let me count the ways that meat in the diet causes mischief. First of all, nobody eats raw meat. The steaks are grilled under the broiler. The burgers are fried on the broiler, on the fryer there. The chicken and the fries go into the liquid fat. This high temperature frying generates carcinogens that rub on the gut wall, give you cancer, mutagens, the mutagenic aldehydes that damage your DNA. There's a substance called TMAO that gets generated from the carnitine and creatine in meats and eggs, etc. When you have meat in a diet, a flood of noxious molecules come into the bloodstream with every meal, and the gut wall suffers as well. It turns out that every piece of meat passes through the slaughterhouse, even organic grass-fed beef. Animals are killed in the slaughterhouse. And as the animals are eviscerated, their intestines are removed, the gut bacteria flows all over all the cutting surfaces. And you can culture gut bacteria over every cutting surface slaughterhouse. So what? Well, that means that every steak and every chop and every chicken breast has a covering of these bacteria. And these bacteria get wrapped up, sent to the supermarket, where under the ultraviolet light in the meat case, the bacteria die. And when they die, their cell walls break up and release this nasty stuff called endotoxin. And endotoxin is nasty. It makes your gut leaky. It makes your blood clot. It releases histamine. It releases free radical. Nasty stuff, endotoxin. And it's heat stable, so cooking the burger doesn't get rid of it. So if you're eating meat 3 times a day, you're eating a shot of endotoxin. Well, endotoxin, as I said, makes your gut leaky, sets off all sorts of mischief. And that comes and starts with with the gut wall, what we're talking about today. So when you ask, does meat cause an issue? It certainly does, and then those are just some of the mechanisms. We are not carnivorous apes. We are not homo carnivorous. In ancient times, did we scavenge the occasional zebra carcass to keep from starving to death? Maybe so, but that has nothing to do with who we are today, the foods that are available, and what we've learned about what animal flesh does in this simian Homo sapien body. We are plant-eating folks. If we go back to that diet, these diseases go away, and the body hums right along.
Amen. Dr. Clapper, you spent many years working at the True North Health Center. How did some of the modalities you used on your patients there help heal some of their GI disorders?
Oh, it's remarkable. And it's an appropriate question for a conversation now. I was on the staff at True North for 8 years, and there is a nutrition-based clinic north of San Francisco. And people would come in with all these weird and wonderful diseases, and some would do a water fast, but everybody's got to come off the fast. And so we'd feed them a whole food plant-based diet afterwards. And it's just remarkable to see how many patients would come in complaining about irritable bowel syndrome, the constipation, diarrhea, and after a set period of time, days to weeks, depending how long they would be there, they were passing these soft, easy to pass stools, and their irritable bowel syndrome would go away on its own. Folks who came in with a history of colitis or Crohn's disease, once we got them past the initial flare-up, and we would use medications if necessary. The point is, with many of these conditions like Crohn's or colitis, when you taper down the anti-inflammatory medicines, as the gastroenterologist pointed out, they all flare. Then their symptoms come back. That's right, doctor. If you keep letting them eat meat and dairy and oils and sugars, yep, that's what you're going to see. But if while they're quiescent under the spell of the medication, the anti-inflammatory medicine, you're now changing their gut flora. You're changing the food stream now with a whole food plant-based diet, and there are foods that are used in this transition. You find very often, as you finally taper off the prednisone or the salicylates, they don't flare up, and yes, what a wonderful, powerful tool that is. So again, all these conditions come from violating the natural law of our digestive system. Once you get that light plant-based fuel going in, these conditions go away. Some folks have rough times. Some folks have several episodes of flaring. Some folks have excessive gas, excessive cramping. But tincture time is a powerful medicine. And as the weeks go by, the gut changes, the person learns to chew the food better. As the weeks go by, they get better. So yes, the GI complaints were some of the most satisfying to work with, because you can be pretty sure that eventually this too shall pass. Sorry,
you are coming up with so many pearls of wisdom, violating the natural laws of the digestive system. That is brilliant. And when people assault their GI tract with these animal products and processed foods, that's what they're doing. And it's so interesting. You said that when they taper the anti-inflammatory medicine, the disease flares. Well, isn't that because they're eating inflammatory foods like animal products and processed foods?
Exactly. They don't change their diet. What do you think is going to happen, doctor? Symptoms are going to come back, and they do.
Oh my. You produced a wonderful DVD. I actually was in the audience many years ago when you filmed it. It's called Digestion Made Easy. So how can we make digestion easy?
Oh my. Well, you pick the right foods, prepare them well, and chew them up well. It's the best thing you can do. So pick the right foods, and they are in the produce department of your the supermarket. They are the whole grains, et cetera, that you have a master in AJ who can guide you into selecting the right foods. Prepare them well, simply, but if they're cooking food, in general, I won't tread on AJ's culinary wheelhouse here, but I use water to, steaming them. The grains are watery foods, soups and stews. You give your intestinal tract lots of water to work with in this digestion. Minimize the processed foods to the greatest extent possible, and I don't want to be too compulsive. No oils, but 2 drops of sesame oil for flavoring is one thing. I'm talking about don't be pouring tablespoons of oil on your food there for heart healthy reasons. It's not heart healthy. And finally, chew the food up, even the soups and the greens. Take that second, because that's when you taste the food, really, when you're chewing. So put the fork down and be a chewer of broccoli, be a chewer of almonds, be a chewer of whatever it is, be an enjoyer of a mouthful of squash, be an enjoyer of chewy quinoa. Be fully present while you eat. It's such a gift. There's so many people on earth tonight who don't have anything to eat, don't have enough to eat. We have all this sumptuous food that's usually prepared lovingly by whoever in your house is preparing, even yourself. So be present with every mouthful. It's such a beautiful exercise in conscious living, that act of eating. Make every meal satisfying and one full of gratitude, and that's a very important part of digestion. Made easy.
Absolutely, and so many people are eating like this.
Oh my, good point. Turn the phone off and be here now.
Absolutely. I wonder how many people would improve just by chewing their food.
It would cut down the complaints I get by half at least, no doubt.
You mentioned gut permeability. Is that where the concept of leaky gut comes in? Because I know you had a protocol for that in your patients. What is it, by the way, and how do we resolve it?
Right. The lining of the intestine is, you can spend a whole medical career just studying that. There are people that do. It's one cell thin, but it's it has this amazing function. It's the organ of absorption of our nutrients. Its job is to let the vitamins and the minerals and the proteins and the sugars and the fats from our food get into our bloodstream. Yay. But there's also an important barrier function. There's a lot of things going by in the food stream you do not want in your bloodstream. Undigested food proteins, the breakdown product of cell walls and microbes. You don't want that in your bloodstream. And a healthy gut wall doesn't allow that. And it's amazing. It's always renewing itself. You grow a new gut lining every 36 hours, and it knows just what to do, unless we interfere with it. And we can injure this wonderful mechanism. Again, the gorillas and the bonobos, if what's coming down is rice and beans and greens and fruits and vegetables, there's no reason you should get a leaky gut. You won't. And none of this matters if you're eating a whole food, plant-based diet. But if you've been doing things that, again, transgress that natural law, which we'll talk about, then you can injure the gut wall. What are some of those things? Drinking alcohol, not a smart thing to do. Eating a bunch of oils and fats that make the gut wall more permeable and allow endotoxin from the gut bacteria to get into the deeper layers of the gut wall there. Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, the Aleve and the ibuprofen, the Proxen, these things, they injure the gut wall. The phosphoric acid in cola drinks, the stuff that gives cola the bite on your tongue there, not healthy. All the antibiotics that we take, we run to the doctor with a runny nose, want that prescription for antibiotics just in case. Not a good idea. They kill off the good microbes, as well as the bad ones. But if you're not plant-based, you're eating chicken, you're eating antibiotics. You're eating pork, you're eating beef, you're eating antibiotics because they feed all those animals antibiotics that still are active in the flesh of the animals. Cow's milk has antibiotics in it. Depending what's in your drinking water, too much chlorine, etc. All these things. Modern life is an assault on our gut wall. And so if you're eating sugar and a bunch of chemicals, I'm uneasy. If you look on some of the candy bars and novelty food, you'll see polysorbate 80. Ooh, what's that? Well, it's a detergent. And it keeps the candy bar nice and soft and chewy, and the breakfast cereal so it doesn't get stale. But meanwhile, what is putting a detergent on your gut lining do as far as healthy permeability there? Might it make your gut wall more permeable? There's even dish detergent. You never get all of that sodium lauryl sulfate off the inside of your drinking glass there, and you're constantly drinking out of it. So again, modern life, oh my, our gut wall never thought it would have to deal with all this. And then finally, there's disease states. If you've got Crohn's disease, you've got colitis, you've got a gut wall that's probably not so spiffy as far as keeping contaminants out. So inflammation in general makes your gut wall leaky. So what do you do? What do you do? I used to do. There are tests to determine if your gut is too permeable or whatever. I used to order a lot of those tests. I don't anymore. The patient is the lab test. If they've been drinking alcohol and eating a bunch of sugar and meat, I know they probably have an element of leaky gut. If they've got colitis and Crohn's disease written on their chart, I know they probably have a leaky gut. The treatment is the same. I don't need to order a test. In medicine, if it's not going to change your treatment, don't order the test. And so what's the treatment? Well, stop injuring the gut wall, stop the alcohol and the sugars and the processed foods and the antibiotics and the chicken, all that stuff. Stop injuring it. And then start eating those magic fibers of a 5-letter word I get, those magic high fiber foods. Fiber is medicinal for the gut wall. And so the resistant starches and other carbohydrates in the plant fiber, your gut bacteria break that down into this wonderful molecule called glutamine and butyrate. And they help repair the gut wall. They're like a fire extinguisher. They let the gut get back to being a healthy gut wall again. And again, this was all about transgressing the natural law of the gut. And the leakiness is one of the late stages of again the gut wall waving a flag saying I'm not holding it together too well because of how you're treating me. But it's the tires screeching on your car, if you will. You're taking the turn too fast. You're treating your gut wall as a recreational organ. Let it go back to handling the whole plant foods, and the leakiness goes away. It's a self-correcting phenomenon. So another message from your intestines to eat whole plant foods, Homo sapiens, and you'll be okay.
Yeah, you're known for saying your body is never not looking, but I'm thinking maybe there's another saying in there that your gut is talking and you're just not listening.
Very well said. You have a gut feeling, you have a gut hearing as well. Yeah, good point. Nice one.
You mentioned that antibiotics can cause damage, but people don't think about the fact that if they are eating a lot of animal products and dairy, they're taking antibiotics. They're not thinking about that, but they really are.
Oh, absolutely. But one of the greatest societal, biological, medical sins, transgressions, catastrophes that we smart, witty Homo sapiens have done to ourselves is back, and I remember when it happened back in the late 60s, early 70s, the folks in agriculture noted that if they mix antibiotics in with the feed, the cows grow bigger, the pigs grow faster, the chickens grow faster. Oh boy, let's make more money. And so it turned into this massive industry, so much so that the majority of antibiotics produced in America, millions of pounds of it, powerful lincomycin, tetracycline, erythromycin. These are powerful antibiotics. They aren't produced to give to little kids with ear infections. They are fed into animal feed. And as a result, they're spawning antibiotic-resistant microbes in the gut of these animals that are getting out into the environment. And we're starting to see infections with bacteria that are resistant to everything. I'll tell you, when you test the bacteria, when you get a sample of pus and you grow it out, the bacteria in the lab, you test it against these various antibiotics, And when you get the report back, you get a little S for sensitive, a little R for resistant, and to see which antibiotics the bacteria is sensitive to. There's nothing more chilling. It's a modern day horror Stephen King movie we're living in when that report comes back from the microbiology lab and all you see is is resistant to everything. And at that point, an infection on your hand or a strep throat becomes a death sentence because we just have to sit around and watch the infection spread through your body. And we squandered this magical, wonderful set of drugs. We are squandering it for cheaper pork chops and cheaper. It's just outrageous. So stop using antibiotics for animal agriculture. Save it for people. And now, to complete the story, how foolish we are. The word Homo sapiens, sapien, the word sapien means wise. We're the wise one. Now, talk about an unwise thing. It turns out, out of sight, out of mind. We take the antibiotic or we eat the antibiotic, laced chicken, and it's gone. Well, it's not gone. And it goes through our body and we excrete it out into the urine and it goes down the toilet and out into the environment. And the truth is now the streams and rivers of America are running with lincomycin and erythromycin and amoxicillin and metformin and beta blockers and estrogens. And they're changing the biology of the fish and the mussels and the crayfish and the biology of the entire world. We're making quite a lot of impact upon the natural world with our short-sighted viewing here. So the antibiotics belong in a bottle on the shelf for the time we've got a bacterial infection and no other use as far as I'm concerned.
When people say, but I'm eating humane meat or antibiotic or hormone-free milk, they're just fooling themselves, aren't they?
Absolutely, absolutely. We want anything to make ourselves feel better, especially with the milk. The dairy industry is a slaughter industry. The dairy barn is a short stopping off place on the way to the slaughterhouse so they can get a few years of calves and milk off these poor dairy cows, but they all wind up slaughtered and turned into hamburger. Literally, when you go into the burger place and you order the Big Mac or the Whopper, you're eating ground up old dairy cows. That is what happens to them. And every time we buy the Greek yogurt or the feta cheese or feta cheese made from sheep milk. But every time you buy a dairy product, ice cream, whatever, you're saying take another calf away from its mother, slaughter another cow. It's a cruelty-ridden industry here. And so when you say, antibiotic-free, you're still supporting these dreadful, dreadful industries that are devastating for the animals and the environment and our own health here. The page on dairy needs to turn into the dim path.
It's like you say, we're crossing that species lines, but they didn't always put that amount of hormones in the milk like they're doing now.
Exactly. It's quite a story. But on my uncle's dairy farm, when a cow would become fertile, we'd lock her up in a stanchion, call the man from Badger Breeder who's come out and ram bull semen into her uterus, make her pregnant. And then she'd stop giving milk. She'd dry up. And there's a reason for that, but pregnant mammals don't lactate. It's not lactating. And nature knows what she's doing. And on my uncle's farm in the 50s, well, that's just the way it was. And he may pull out a little notebook and bossy number 17 won't give milk until she has her calf in the spring. That's just the way it was. Well, we'd milk 49 cows on our little farm. Today's modern dairy installations are milking 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 cows twice a day. They can't afford to have their best milkers go offline for 9 months while the cow's carrying a calf. So now they've genetically modified the cows, and now the cow will give milk all the way through their pregnancy. Even though they're pregnant with their next calf, they're still sucking milk off her. Well, the cow's body, when it's pregnant, is seething with estrogens. Well, it winds up in the milk as well. And today's modern milk is full of the estrogens in those pregnant cows' bodies. It's not your grandfather's milk anymore, to say the least. And yeah.
Not to mention parts per million of 3 unmentionables.
Yeah, indeed. And the more dairy products, cow's milk, the estrogens make the prostate unstable. The more dairy products a boy eats, the higher his risk of prostate cancer when he's an adult guy. And the more dairy the girls eat, the more they go into early puberty, the more they get breast cancers. It's for baby calves. It's baby calf growth fluid. Tell people, go look in the mirror. If you got big ears and a tail and whisker, if you're a baby calf, cool. But if you're not, you do get the plant-based cheeses and milk. A lot more to pour in your cereal than dairy milk, that's for sure these days.
I hope one day people will look upon the dairy industry like we're looking at other things in history that we're looking at like we can't believe that.
Oh, absolutely. We'll look at look at whaling. We used to do that. Oh my God, what is that we're doing? We used to buy and sell black people. What are we talking about? Well, the meat industry, the dairy, that we used to do that to these animals, and we used to eat their flesh. It should cause as great a revulsion as whaling and slavery does today.
Okay. Dr. Clapper, do you think that some of the chemicals that are used to produce our food, like herbicides and pesticides, or even the chemicals in plastics, could affect some people's guts?
Oh, I'm sure. Why are, especially herbicides and pesticides, why are they there? Well, they're there. They are molecules mostly designed from oil. These are hydrocarbons from petroleum. And there are some really smart organic chemists, and they dissect out the biochemical mechanism. Well, gee, if we design a molecule to inhibit that enzyme and that enzyme, well, then this weed won't grow, or there we can kill that beetle particularly effectively. But these are all molecular assassins that are meant to mess up enzyme systems. Well, in the body, you can't do one thing. You can't do just one thing. The body is so complex and interrelated that when the chemists say, oh, well, this molecule is just going to do that, inhibit that enzyme system. That's what you think, sir. But the reality is that, and we see again and again, the big oops comes along. They release these medications or herbicides, pesticides out in the environment or out into the general population. And a few years go by, and then suddenly, oops, the reports start trickling into the journals and into the newspapers that higher risk of cancer cluster was found here, and higher risk of birth defects over there. Well, surely in the gut, how can this not be having effect? How can it not be killing off some particular populations of microbes? How can it not be damaging the gut line directly? And my reading tells me that a particularly problematic molecule is called glyphosate under the trade name Roundup. This is a fiendish molecule that blocks enzyme systems involved in taking up minerals from the soil. Well, it blocks a whole lot of important systems and apparently really increases leaky gut. And it's so ubiquitous, it's water soluble. So now it's in the rainwater, it's in the underground aquifers. We've been spraying it profitably because we can get a few more bucks per pound out of a bushel of whatever. And but there's that old homily that many of the Native American Indians, before they would make a decision, they would think, how is this going to affect our children 7 generations from now? And boy, if they could, the folks who, before they released glyphosate, if somebody had given that thought, how is this going to affect us in the drinking water for 7 generations? What's it going to do? Oh my, they say money's the root of all evil, but it certainly can blind us to long-term caring about those who come after us, for sure.
Absolutely. So exercise, what effect does that have on the gut? Because it sounds like many people aren't doing it.
So important. And, that question summons up the image of the bell-shaped curve. That we are animals. We need to move. Again, a million years ago on the African savannah, you spent your whole day moving. From the moment you got up, most of your time was spent foraging for food, but also running away from leopards and climbing trees and trying not to get eaten. And so we were physical creatures, we were physical beings. And every time you walk, you step after step, you're bouncing your intestinal tract up and down, all your muscles, etc. Well, this jiggling of your hollow intestinal tube sets off peristaltic waves that keep the intestinal motility going. And so movement of our body is important for movement of our bowels. Every doc who does hospital medicine, we know that when you put someone to bed for a couple of days, the first thing that happens, they get constipated because they're not moving. And so absolutely, and then the tradition of taking a walk after dinner, it's a wonderful thing to do. You don't just eat and sit there, get up and move. And so movement is very, very, it's essential to normal gut function. That said, when I said the bell-shaped curve, out on the far extreme now, the marathon runners and the ultra athletes, after hour of being in that remarkable aerobic state, and you got lactic acid in your blood and different oxygen levels and stress hormones, etc., that can be a little hard on the gut wall. And some of these folks who do the 50-mile runs, they're more prone to infections, etc. A bit, and they wind up with some leaky gut problems. We now know about that, and those folks, I won't sidetrack us with how to deal with that. But if you are an ultra marathon person or just a distance runner, do look for the treatment of keeping your gut healthy in that community. There are some particular foods and supplements you might want to consider.
That's great. There's a saying, use it or lose it. But I think for GI health, it's almost like move it or no movement.
Wow, very good. Absolutely.
We're just coming up with great,
we are.
great
You give a rib shot on that one. Very good.
So many people, when they wake up in the morning, Dr. Klapper, the first thing they ingest is coffee, caffeinated coffee. Does that have an effect on the gut?
Oh, I'm sure it does. I have a fondness for coffee in my memory. It got me through many nights in the emergency room. And, it has a place. If you got to be up all night driving to Seattle for an emergency, then that's what coffee's for. And I don't have a big problem with one cup of coffee in the morning. And quite honestly, many people find the coffee oils to be a mild laxative. And a lot of folks, it really gets that first morning bowel movement going. And the caffeine brightens them up a bit. I don't have a problem really with that. I haven't seen any study showing that causes adverse effect. You don't want to be a 6-cup-a-day Starbucks drinker and always have that latte on your desk and keeping a constant stream of coffee and sugar and soy milk going down your gut all day. You don't want to do that. The coffee oils can be hard on everything from the gut wall to the microbes. But one morning, one cup of coffee in the morning, you get you off to a good start. Enjoy it.
Okay, great. How do you feel about probiotics, prebiotics, and digestive enzymes in general, or specifically for people with impaired guts?
Well, you just enunciated 3 very powerful substance concepts, ideas here, and they're of different levels of import. They all have their roles here. But let me just say for your viewers here, the primary tenet that we're all kind of implying all through this talk, the food you eat determines the microbes that live in your gut. You eat a bunch of sugar, you're going to summon up sugar-eating microbes. You eat a bunch of meat, you're going to summon up carnitine-eating microbes. So the food you eat determines the microbes that live in the gut. And in that way, the food is by far the most important determinant of the population of microbes that live down in your colon, in your entire digestive tract. And if you're eating that whole food, plant-based diet, and your food stream just a steady river of rice and beans and greens and fruits and vegetables, etc., then you fostered up a really stable, beneficial population of microbes that have anti-cancer property, anti-inflammatory properties. You're not going to be in the gastroenterologist's office for GI problems. You'll be passing a lot of soft, bulky, easy to pass stools. Now, sometimes if you drink some contaminated water, or you're recovering from a course of antibiotics, and you've really unbalanced your GI flora, then there's a role, we think, for probiotics. These are preparations you buy at the store that have beneficial microbes in them that you take to repopulate your gut. There's a question about how much they really do. There are studies showing that they can be beneficial and help correct some imbalances. Other folks say, listen, the total amount of microbes in the gut is so huge. This is like a teaspoon into the ocean, that you're not really affecting the total gut flora. They don't really take hold and grow there. And so there's lots of conflicting studies. I think I've seen enough that say that they can be of some good that again, after a course of antibiotics or infection, I think a few weeks of probiotics have a role. But again, it's the food. If you, after your course of antibiotics or intestinal infection, go back to eating a standard Western diet, and you're eating the burgers and pizzas and milkshakes, just taking some probiotic pills, again, now you're kidding yourself. High grade on that. It's the food, healthy up the food stream, and the microbes pretty much take care of themselves. So probiotics are this important. The prebiotics of food is that important. So that's the perspective.
Right. So many people, though, don't go to doctors like you. Their doctors know very little, if anything, about nutrition, and they'll get maybe something like ulcerative colitis, Crohn's, or even IBS, and they'll be actually put on a low fiber diet because the kind of foods we eat and that you recommend, they say they can't eat.
Oh, it's embarrassing. Knowing what we now know about fiber, how much that the fiber not only feeds the good microbes, but turns into the butyrate that heals the gut lining. How any gastroenterologist can tell their patients don't eat fiber? He should go back to first-year physiology or really review the realities of what fiber does in the gut wall here. Now, fiber is good. Unchewed fiber, you don't want to put a bunch of unchewed raw celery stalks and raw carrots down there that are badly chewed. No, don't do that. Your gut wall. If you're going to be eating fibrous food, they need to. If your gut wall has been injured from Crohn's or colitis, you want the fiber to be in a very gentle form. You want well-steamed squash. You want well-cooked rice and quinoa that are cooked in an abundance of water. Sweet potatoes. These are kind of forms of fiber that are soothing to the gut wall, but still have enough honest to goodness fiber to give the gut wall a purchase on it, and put a nice, easy to pass stool, push down the gut lumen there. So no, fibers are fine. I don't know any medical condition where a full fiber diet would be contraindicated, with the rare exception, perhaps, that poor soul who's in the middle of a hellacious Crohn's flare up. They're just passing bloody stool after bloody stool. They're in the hospital with an IV going. No, these folks should be given a liquid elemental diet that's just it's a space age kind of diet that has no fiber, just till the fiber is put out. That's the only exception. If you're short of that, without hospital IV, fiber is your friend, and cook it well, chew it well, but eat your fiber.
I like that. Fiber is your friend. That sounds like a good t-shirt.
Another t-shirt, absolutely.
Oh, and then on the other side, it's the food. That'll be
It's
my
the
next.
food, absolutely, very good.
So, Dr. Clapper, I know you know these people from working at True North because I met them. They're dutiful plant eaters. They're doing what you say to do, but they still can't turn that ship around. You know, they're having IBS and SIBO and bloating and distension. How can we give these people hope to stick with it?
Yeah, sure. First of all, again, we have to help them enlarge the picture. This will change as the weeks go by and the months go by. Your body is a master at accommodating to realities. You're out in the garden working every day with heavy tools, with hose and rakes. What happens? You eventually get calluses on your palm there. Your body compensates. It knows. It adjusts. And it'll happen with your food stream as well. But that doesn't mean that there isn't an art, isn't a craft to helping that transition happen. I'm a pilot. I fly airplanes, and when you take an airplane off, as you get to the end of the runway, you don't pull back on the yoke suddenly. You gradually gain altitude. And the same thing, it's important to get the fiber and the resistant starches in our body from the legume family. Anything in a pod is a legume: beans, peas, chickpeas, lentils. But that doesn't mean when you adopt a plant-based diet, now you have 2 cups of bean chili for lunch. Well, that was way too quick a transition. Start with it, just 1 spoonful of beans a day. Just slowly, just start drizzling it in. If there's any questionable food, don't eat it for a week or so, and then you have a mouthful, and just start with that. And every day you increase it just a little bit more, It may take you a month or 2 or 3 before you can have a half a cup of lentil stew, but so what? Treat. Once you get over 50, treat your body like an old 57 Chevy. It's easy to have a gas pedal at the stoplight there. And so with these, if there's a particular food that you're not sure if cabbage or broccoli is good for you, digest well, don't eat it for a week. Let everything settle down. Then cook some up very well. Do it very well steamed, and have 1 mouthful, and just see that nothing bad happens. Then slowly increase it. And each meal will teach you something. And those meals where you feel really good afterwards, the next day say, "Ooh, what did I eat for dinner? Well, I'm feeling good this morning. What did I eat?" And if you're feeling gassy or whatever, look back, what did I eat yesterday? And work with your diet. But you'll find there's many more foods you can tolerate than ones that you can't. And like the I Ching says, perseverance furthers. Just don't give up. This is what you're meant to eat. You will get there. It may take a while, but you'll get there.
And there's so many plant varieties. I mean, there's just
Oh.
even beans. I heard there was 18,000 different kinds. So
Absolutely. And amazing how your tastes change. Certainly when you stop using oil. What do you make for salad dressing? Well, you're an artist at making salad dressing without oil. Once you stop using it, my wife and I were out about a year after we stopped using oil, and we were at a restaurant, and the side dish, sauteed vegetables, but we didn't realize they were sauteed in oil. And the waiter brought the vegetables. We couldn't eat them. They were just dripping with oil. It was disgusting. We looked at each other, how much our tastes had changed, and how much we love just some lemon juice on our greens, or just a little sprinkle of balsamic vinegar. It's all you really need, and your body will adapt to these wonderful, simple flavors. And AJ is a master of helping you do that.
and people just don't realize how much we really do enjoy our food.
Indeed, absolutely.
Yeah. So, Dr. Clapper, what is the truth about GI health?
Well, it's all determined by the food we decide to put in here. Your gut it's a willing servant, but it just asks for minimum wage. Yeah, minimum wage is a whole food plant-based diet. And again, you're testing your gut, your body, never not looking. So when you're pushing that cart down the supermarket aisle, everything you put in there, well, how is this, how my gut going to react to this? How is this going when it's well prepared? Going to make my gut happy there. And you know, to thine own self be true, Mr. Shakespeare said, to thy own gut be true, thy own self be true, Dr. Clapper says. And if you do that, your gut doesn't ask much from you. It gives everything to us that we need to live. So just treat it nicely. Give it that whole food plant-based diet it was designed to run on. And you'll stay out of the clutches of people like me, and you get to enjoy all of AJ's great food without guilt or worry.
Right. Well said. Chew your fiber. Don't eschew your fiber.
Ah, very nice.
We're going to have to write a book of sayings.
Really, pithy sayings from the land of the kitchen.
Oh, you're the
Very
master
good.
of it. Thank you so much, Dr. Clapper, for all you do, and especially for this interview. I really appreciated talking to you.
Oh, it was lovely talking with you, and best wishes to you, and best of health to your listeners as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You have to love Dr. Clapper for his passion and his commitment. He has so many sayings. I swear we could have a whole t-shirt collection or a mug collection. And one of the ones he ended with is, your body is never not looking. And if your body's not looking, your gut isn't looking. And I hope you're getting a theme from these wonderful experts that, you know, what you eat matters. It really, really does matter. He started by saying, Dr. Clapper, that we're just not eating the diet we're designed to eat. We're not eating the diet consistent with our species' natural history. And that most GI problems, in fact, most of our problems, you know, I think it's something like 8 out of 10 visits to doctors are for these chronic Western diseases, heart disease, diabetes, that didn't used to exist. We're not eating the diet we were designed to eat, which is a diet of either exclusively plants or predominantly plants, not animal products, not processed food. And he talked about all the babies that he delivered that are still 100% vegan. They didn't have these problems, constipation that so many children have, because they're not eating fruits and vegetables. They're eating processed foods. He says, when you bathe your intestinal lining with meat and dairy and oil and sugar and processed foods, what do you expect? But other than having problems, some people can get away with it. And many people who transition to a plant-based diet after slathering their intestines with all these foods, they have no problem. But there are some people, some of us with sensitive guts, that he says it's like actually turning an ocean liner around. It can take days, weeks, months. And for some people, if they've been eating poorly for a long time, even years. And so when you experience things like gas and bloating, don't give up. You're going to learn more from Dr. Will B and Dr. Furman, how to more slowly transition. Remember, guys, go low and slow, low and slow. It's like Dr. Clapper talked about, a tablespoon of beans. You don't go from the Western diet to eating, 5 bowls of chili a day. So it can be done. You're just going to have to have some patience, some of you, for this transition. And, he talked about how most doctors don't even think that food has any effect on any of the diseases. And that is why he does his Moving Medicine Forward, where he lectures all over the world to medical schools and medical students, trying to explain to them that that is the reason they're seeing all these sick people in this office, these overweight people, diabetic, heart disease. It's the food. And as he says, it's always been the food. And he says, why should people be surprised when you put the wrong fuel in? You wouldn't put the wrong fuel in your car and expect it to run. Yet most of us put the wrong fuel in our bodies every day for years and wonder why it doesn't serve us. He's known, Dr. Clapper, for saying, chew your food to a cream. You're going to hear something very, very funny about that in an upcoming interview with Dr. Goldhammer. But that is sometimes the problem for people that have gas and bloating. They're just not chewing their food. They're eating in the car, watching TV on their phone, distracted, talking. He talked about how then air gets in and that can cause bloating, and that we have to chew our food so that we get the nutrients out of it, because that's the only way we can absorb them. I love how he said, don't cross the species barrier. So no, goat milk is not okay. We're not meant to drink milk after maturity, and especially a milk of another species. I love when he said, you have no more need for the milk of a cow as you do a giraffe, a dog, a rat, or a baboon, or a goat. We're not meant to drink milk after maturity. If you don't believe me, please re-listen to Dr. Imran Meyer's lecture from yesterday. And if you don't have the package, maybe consider getting it, because that was an amazing interview. And if you do support our work so we can do more of these summits, you get a buddy pass. So you get the transcripts, the downloads of the audio and the video, and lots of bonuses. Let's see what else he said. Yes, stick to your own kind, meaning when it comes to milk, meaning breast milk. And he said it's even worse because the cows are giving milk when they're pregnant, which is not what would happen in the real world. I mean, if the babies would be drinking the mother's milk, it wouldn't be given to humans. And so the milk is extra full of estrogen and growth hormones. You wonder why so many men have prostate cancer now? Well, this is why. He said that fat changes our gut permeability, and we summon up microbes that like to eat fat, and these actually injure the gut wall. He said liquid fat is completely unnatural. I mean, where in nature have you ever seen olive oil or coconut oil or avocado oil or flaxseed oil? No other species does this. Stick to whole foods. And he says almost every GI condition he's ever treated comes from violating the law of our digestive system. We've crossed the species line. Oils and fat, he says, allow endotoxins to get into the gut wall and injure it. And even things like the phosphoric acid in cola drinks, alcohol, NSAIDs, antibiotics, these all kill off the good microbes. And don't kid yourself, because if you're eating animals or animal products, you're taking antibiotics. And imagine if you've done this your whole life. And he went into the ethical part of this, which I really appreciated, and the cruelty involved in raising the animals and why they're given antibiotics. And he's one of the few plant-based doctors that actually does that. So we really appreciate that, Dr. Clapper. But seriously, just look at the health aspect. If you're drinking milk, if you're eating animals, you're ingesting antibiotics. Polysorbate 80 is a detergent. What the heck is it doing in breakfast cereal and candy bars? It wrecks our gut. We don't even really know the full effect of these things and other chemicals like Roundup, but he says they can lead to this leaky gut. And of course, we need to move, but he concurred, like the other doctors, that intense exercise for some can actually be detrimental. And he's seen some athletes with leaky gut. He said 1 cup of coffee is probably okay, but more than that, not so good, because the coffee oils are very hard on the gut wall and the microbes. But for some people, they seem to need it because it does have that mild laxative effect. He says the food we eat decides which microbes we summon up. And so what we eat determines which microbes we have living inside of us, the good ones or the bad ones. The whole plant foods give us good gut bacteria. The animal products, the processed food, medications and the chemicals, these give us bad gut bacteria. And he mentioned that probiotics may be useful in certain situations, but you can't just throw them on an unhealthy diet. Sort of what like Dr. Kirsten Tillage said yesterday, you can't put a fiber supplement over McDonald's and expect it to work. But he said much more important than the probiotics are the prebiotics. And where do you get these? From the food, from plants, because we want to fuel our microbes with fiber, which is only available in plants, whole plants, not in processed food, not in animal products. And again, he said, you got to start slow, low and slow, low and slow. And he ended with one of my favorite quotes of his, your body is never not looking. I hope you enjoyed Dr. Clapper as much as I did. He is really just such a hero, in my opinion. So our next presentation is from a wonderful registered dietitian who works in Chicago with an upcoming speaker who's actually doing both a cooking demo and a lecture because he's a chef and a GI doctor. His name is Dr. Edwin McDonald, and he actually referred her to this summit because she knows so much about gluten and celiac disease because she suffers from it herself. Her name is Lori Wellstead, and I hope you enjoy her interview, and I hope to hear you or see you chatting on the summit page. We love when you participate. And please share this summit. It's free. Thank you.
Hi, Lori, and welcome to the GI Health Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm very excited.
Well, great. So could you talk a little bit about celiac disease? We really haven't touched on it very much in the summit. How would you help somebody identify whether they have it, treat it, and what is it?
That's a great question. So celiac disease, it's a systemic immune mediated disorder. So it's basically very similar to an autoimmune disease, but we know what the culprit is. The culprit is the gluten. And again, gluten is wheat, rye, and barley. And it's the storage proteins in that our body reacts, and it's a foreign object. And so for celiac disease, I think the main takeaway is really to make sure that you get properly diagnosed. I think a lot of people just start to go on a gluten-free diet. And once you do that, it's almost not necessarily impossible, but it's very challenging to get properly diagnosed because for many of these individuals, they have to go back on gluten. And that might mean, treacherous GI symptoms and whatnot. So we usually recommend definitely getting tested. And so the initial thing is just a simple blood test. And it would check something called tissue transglutaminase. And they check to see if you have immunoglobulin A. And so for some individuals, you don't make these little fighter cells. And so there's immunoglobulin A and G and E. And for some individuals, they don't make that. And so sometimes you could have a false negative. And so we first start with the blood test. And then if you do have a positive blood test, we often recommend doing an endoscopy. And that's just a simple, you are put to sleep, typically for most individuals, and you have the tube go down through your esophagus, down through your stomach into the small intestine. And it's that first part of your small intestine called the duodenum or the duodenum, depending on how you like to pronounce it. And so in that area, it's basically, if you look up the villi in the GI tract in the small intestine, especially, it's like a carpet of hairs. And so for individuals, when they look with that endoscopy, you're looking at that carpet of hairs, the villi, and to see if there is any damage. And for some individuals, the carpet of hair might be smushed down all the way to the lining of their intestine or maybe a bit blunted. So typically it's a couple biopsies that we recommend in specific areas of the duodenum and the bulb. And then looking at the pathology of that. That would be a confirmed diagnosis to have positive blood work and to have a scope, an endoscopy done for most individuals. That's the diagnosis. Again, for pediatrics, that's out of my realm, but for some individuals, for pediatrics, they can forego doing the endoscopy if their blood tests are extremely high compared to the norm. And then for, the interesting thing about celiac disease, I think, is that the only thing at this time is to be on a gluten-free diet. There are no medications at this time. There's no other treatment except for a gluten-free diet. And for some individuals, it's an interesting thing. If some people don't really care about food, they don't mind going on a gluten-free diet. They're not, they won't have their favorite things that they might miss, or they might not be, as torn about it. Other individuals, it could be, a very challenging life change to forego gluten in their diet.
And is this, and how does a patient even know that they might be having symptoms of this?
That's a great question. So, and that's the challenging thing is there's literally we at University of Chicago, we say there's about 200 symptoms related to celiac disease. And so it is very hard to put a finger on it. For some individuals, they may have fatigue. Oftentimes there is some different GI symptoms, but some individuals are just presenting with anemia. So again, low iron. And sometimes I've had a lot of females say, oh, well, I'm vegetarian or I'm vegan. I don't really eat that much meat. So I think I've just been anemic my whole life because of that. And oftentimes we do find that, no, it's because of the celiac disease. So that's a quite common thing. What we're seeing more and more in the past few years, especially, is constipation. Even when I was in school, I've been a dietitian now for 15 years, coming up on 16 years. And when I was in school, all we ever learned was that you would have horrible diarrhea and weight loss prior to celiac disease. And now we're actually seeing individuals gain weight prior, and we don't really know why, if it's an inflammatory, response. Sometimes people are gaining weight prior or having horrible constipation. Heartburn is another symptom. And another thing that could turn on that gene. So another important point I think to make is that Many individuals are, very interested in their genes these days. And you may have the gene for celiac disease and never develop it in your whole entire life. So something has to turn that gene on, right? So it could be some sort of a stress response. We've seen many individuals, I've seen individuals be diagnosed after a death in the family, and they went through this traumatic thing, and all of a sudden now they have GI symptoms, and they have celiac. They were fine 6 months prior. People having babies right after they have the baby, 6 months later, they're feeling bloated and gassy. Next thing you know, they have celiac, but they were never having symptoms in the previous years. Mouth surgery, simple things like that could sometimes turn on the celiac disease. And really, we're seeing it at all different ages. Really, when I started at University of Chicago in 2004, it was really not as common in adults. It was mostly common in pediatrics. And so when you would get a celiac patient, it was, oh, wow, you have a celiac patient. And now it is so much more common. We're seeing a lot of individuals, not just in 18, 20s, but we've diagnosed individuals in their 80s at University of Chicago with celiac disease. So, and again, I think the main thing that we like to focus on is really looking at it and doing a more natural gluten-free diet, because I think there are a lot of gluten-free products that are out there, and that's where it gets to be very, very expensive. It's fine to have some specialty fun foods to have, but I think some individuals get overwhelmed and they think they have to spend double on all their food. So that's really the thing I try to find with each patient. I work on an individualized nutrition, plan for them, and kind of saying, okay, what are the things that you might miss, right? So to help them have, to kind of look at it in a positive light and find some swap outs for things they might have missed. And I really try to go at it in a positive way, because I always remind my patients that you don't have to be on a medication. You're just, making some dietary tweaks. And as over the years, there's many side effects from medication. So it's kind of a nice thing that you don't have to be on some medication that you don't know what the side effects are and whatnot. So, so that's my long answer to that.
Yeah. Well, when you think about it, there's actually many more foods that exist in the world that don't contain gluten than actually do.
Yes, exactly. That's such a good way to put it. That's why I always try to, explain that to patients. Because I think initially it's like, oh, how could I ever eat gluten-free? I don't think I can handle this, because I think a lot of the processed foods and the fast food, initially a lot of these places might not have that many options.
Right. Well, hopefully people, one of the takeaways I hope from the summit is that maybe we shouldn't be eating so much, if any, processed food. So
exactly. That's what I definitely am pushing.
Yeah. I've talked to so many people, Lori, that don't have celiac disease. They maybe had a test, but yet they still say they feel better without gluten. Why do you think that might be for some people?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot more that we need to really study on this to really learn. There are individuals that have thyroid disease that feel better on a gluten-free diet. Now, there is a large percent of individuals with thyroid disease that do go on to be diagnosed with celiac disease. It's very common. Some individuals report, they have, more energy. And again, we don't know if it's, less irritating on their GI tract. So again, most individuals, or basically all humans, can't necessarily break down gluten 100%. Think about fiber. You don't break down fiber. It kind of is pushed out through your GI tract, right? So you don't always tolerate that much gluten for most individuals, but it's not toxic. So for some people, they might have less gas and bloating. And so that might be due to something like the FODMAP. So I'm sure you may have touched on this with IBS in the past, but those are fermentable carbohydrates. And interestingly so, wheat, rye, and barley are in that same category as all these good vegetables, Brussels sprouts and broccoli and, cauliflower and garlic and onions. They're in that same category. So for some individuals, if they were used to eating, 2 to 3 slices of bread at lunch or breakfast and, all this gluten throughout the day, they might say, oh, I'm less gassy, I'm less bloated. And it could be due to those FODMAPs, those fermentable carbohydrates. I think there's other things that we need to really research more. It might have, there might be less inflammatory effects in some individuals. And we don't really have enough to really explain that further at this time. But I think I have individuals that claim, even with IBS or IBD, they do feel better on a less gluten or overall pretty gluten-free. They might not be as strict as someone with celiac disease, but they might notice they do feel better. And I usually tell individuals, I think that's fine if you're going to follow a gluten-free diet, if you do feel better. But then again, really just making sure that you are getting in some whole grains, kind of like being a vegetarian or a vegan and only eating processed foods, right? Like I always say, are you a cheesetarian? If you're a vegetarian, you only eat that. Or if you're a gluten-free person, you only eat processed foods. So I think bottom line, as long as they're eating, real whole grains that are gluten-free. For most of our individuals with celiac disease, we do recommend a multivitamin just because they might be missing out on some of the things, especially at initial diagnosis, to help make sure it's kind of a backup insurance for them. But yeah, I think right now at this time, there are many individuals that feel better on the gluten-free diet, and really celiac disease is 1 in 100. So the challenge is these days that people might start the diet and never really know if they truly have celiac disease. So I think that's the challenge in my clinical situation. A lot of times it's hard to know if someone needs to be that strict to be on the diet, or if they're just, overall feel better and they don't have celiac disease.
So let's say they did go gluten-free before getting tested. Would they be able to then rewind the clock and then maybe just eat a bunch of gluten and then get the test?
Yes. Well, yeah, so they could. So what we usually recommend, and some people don't mind because they're like, oh, hey, I can have my last hurrahs, we usually do recommend going back on gluten. And for some individuals that they're fine, we usually recommend it it depends on the patient, how long they can handle it, but we might have them do 1 or 2 pieces of bread. It could be as short as 2 weeks. It could be up to a month, depending on how long they're really gluten-free for. We might, have them go on a challenge, and then we would do the endoscopy again. So yes, so for a lot of individuals, they don't mind having to go through the challenge because they really want to know, they want to have that definitive diagnosis. Whereas other individuals say, Lori, I don't want to even go there. If I have 1 piece of bread, I'm, down for the count. I'm not productive. I can't function. And so that is, very valid for some of our patients. So we sometimes just say they may have celiac, but it's not a secure diagnosis because we don't have all of those, boxes checked.
Right. So there's really no danger in avoiding gluten as long as one's eating a wide variety of whole grains.
Exactly. Absolutely. So we usually say, again, doing things like millet and quinoa, a variety of different other grains that you can incorporate in. Some individuals that do different things like, the bean flours and nut flours and things like that to get a more rounded diet versus a lot of times too, you go gluten-free and sometimes all the patients might eat is only potatoes. That's the only thing they're doing, or, only doing like kind of like just the white processed gluten-free bread.
Yeah. It's funny because I've talked to people who can't seem to eat gluten in this country or bread in this country, but they go to Europe and all of a sudden they can eat it. Do you think we're doing something to food in this country that's making us sick?
That's a great question. So I think I know for a fact that in the US, we do add in Vital gluten into a lot of products. And that will provide, if you think about gluten provides flaky, fluffy, crunchy, crispy, and it increases protein content. So even in a kind of a crappy loaf of bread, you might throw in extra gluten and you have more protein, you have more nutrition in that way. But when you do that for some individuals, they might not be able to tolerate as much as some of the different wheats that might be in Italy and things like that. And it's funny because I wrote a paper years ago and I tried to put that in there and they said, well, we don't have enough information at this time to even put this in the paper. But, at that time I thought, because I have many patients over the 15 years that say, well, it's funny. I felt fine when I was in Italy eating it. And then I come home and I eat it, and, and so I think it is probably the content of the gluten that's in some of our breads. We also have a lot more processed foods here, genetically modified may have something to do with, changing the structure in the grain. So I think there is more we'll learn over the years. But yeah, it's very interesting how many more individuals are following a gluten-free diet over even the past decade.
Yeah. How careful does an individual with celiac disease have to be? So for example, if somebody had a peanut allergy, that could be life or death. But if somebody has celiac disease and they go to a restaurant and maybe they did get some gluten, can it be really dire or they'll just get sick from that one meal and recover?
That's a great question. So again, that's another thing. So I have patients that have no symptoms and it's very hard for them to know if they're gluten per se. And then I have other individuals that I see that will have projectile vomiting at the table while they're eating. If they eat something with gluten, all of a sudden their body literally reacts that way. So we see all different kinds of symptoms. The interesting thing is that you may have overt symptoms by getting gluten, but it may not do damage to the GI tract as much because again, if you have early on symptoms, it may not get through the GI tract. So I think, everyone's different, but it's a small amount of gluten. So there are different little, like say if there's a piece of bread, Trisha Thompson, who's the gluten-free watchdog, she's amazing. So she does a lot of different testing of her own of different products. And so she broke it down, and it shows a piece of bread, and then there's a little bit of crumbs on a plate. And so those crumbs could cause a reaction in an individual with celiac disease. So we do recommend at this time, being more conservative about it and really trying to watch for cross-contamination. Of course, I do remind patients that it's not the end of the world. You're not going to have anaphylactic shock and die. We just don't want individuals saying, oh, I'm just going to have my beer on the weekend, or I'm going to have pizza, and then you constantly are getting that inflammation reoccurring. And, there was a very interesting paper that came out. They did a toaster study, and they looked at toasters that used gluten-free bread, and then they used gluten bread. And they were trying to determine how much gluten was on that bread that was in a shared toaster. And so that was a very small study, and we're looking, hopefully there'll be more studies like that in the future, because I think it is this fine balance where some individuals get such food fears, and they end up being so scared to eat out at all because they're scared of getting one speck of gluten. And because they may react very, badly to it. And then I have other individuals, like I said, that have no symptoms at all. They could eat anything, and they may be getting gluten, but they're not having those overt symptoms that it's obvious. And for some of those individuals, they might have brain fog. They might have anxiety. They might have depression. So that might be how it comes out in their system, and it doesn't seem as obvious as a GI symptom. So I think that's a great question. I could go on and on about it because it's so interesting how each individual is so different of how they react to it. But I think bottom line, we usually say really trying to minimize the cross-contamination as much as possible. But again, I think there's not much money in looking at that per se, right? So I always tell patients want to know, can I touch a doorknob after someone touched it that just had whole wheat on their, flour or something? And again, there's no studies on that. There's no money in that to look at it yet. But like I said, there was that really exciting toaster study, but it was very small. So I think there's, again, more to come of that. I think even, again, celiac disease, it's still in its infancy. I think, again, there's always that iceberg they use when they talk about the diagnosis, and that there's so many people that are undiagnosed at this time. And so same thing with the literature and things. When it comes to the amount of gluten at this time, there needs to be more studies. And I think one other thing, it's hard to do those studies because some of our patients will say, well, how can you ethically do that if you're going to gluten me and see how I'm going to react? So it's one of those catch-22s. It's a challenging thing to study.
Also, it sounds like the treatment, like you say, it's not medication, which I think is a great thing. It's just abstinence from the things that would trigger a person.
Yeah.
If somebody refused to do that, though, could they actually just worsen their condition over time? If they knew they had celiac disease and said, forget it, I'm drinking all the beer I want and eat all the pizza, could they really do some damage to themselves?
Yes. And it's really sad because I think for some individuals, it's very hard. It's like, they're in denial. And even for me, I was diagnosed and I was like, what? I have celiac after doing this for over a decade. So I think for some individuals, it's hard for them. And I've seen people that are dietitians that are diabetics, type 1 diabetics, and it's hard for them to be gluten-free. They cannot stick to it. And so the challenge of that is that it can actually turn on other autoimmune diseases. And it's really sad. So we've had individuals that they can't stick to a gluten-free diet. And now all of a sudden, now they have other autoimmune diseases that might pop up, right? So all of a sudden now they have thyroid, they have a thyroid disorder. We've had individuals get diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in their 30s, 40s, which is really interesting versus it being something diagnosed when they're very young. It also, again, can cause that smoldering inflammation. So I always say it's like a smoldering fire. So if you constantly are causing that inflammatory process, you can also cause different kinds of cancer because you have that inflammation going on. So there are some studies that show lymphoma and some different GI cancers just because of that constant inflammation. So again, I try not to scare patients, but I try to educate them and say, really trying to be as gluten-free as possible. But yes, so those are some of the different things that have been found over the years that if people are not following a strict gluten-free diet, could happen.
Interesting. So something like oats, which is a whole grain, they are inherently gluten-free, but there's always a warning for people with celiacs that they have to buy oats that are like either sourced or produced in a place where there's no cross-contamination, yet they're like 4 times as expensive when they're certified gluten-free.
Yes, absolutely. So, yep, that's a great point. So, again, it's wheat, rye, barley, but oats are often grown in fields with mainly wheat. Rye is not going to be as common, but yeah, wheat, rye, and barley. Oats are often grown in the same fields. And then again, when the oats are shipped, when they're processed, all those different stages manufactured, they're often cross-contaminated with the different milling processes, especially as well. So yes, so you can't just go and buy any old random oat. We usually recommend ideally so there's different tiers, I say. So again, for someone with celiac disease, I usually say if you could do a purity protocol oat, that's a specific regulations where they look at the oats. They're grown in a field where there's no wheat being flip-flopped. And then they have different strict standards. And so with those oats, those have been tested. Some of those are also obviously going to be certified gluten-free, but that's purity protocol oats. So I usually recommend patients aim for that because to backtrack a little bit, oats for up to 16% of individuals with celiac disease will react to the protein that's in oats, which is called avenin. And so again, it's hard to really know who's going to be that individual until you try it. So what I tell patients, if you want to do oats, purity protocol is kind of gold standard. Then certified gluten-free is another great option. Certified gluten-free, again, they go into these different companies and they're, again, third-party testing to make sure that they are actually gluten-free. Because again, the FDA, they have bigger fish to fry. They're not going into every single facility to make sure that things are gluten-free. So again, we have the certified gluten-free, and then other oats that are just state that they're gluten-free. So there's different ones that are out there that state that they're gluten-free. Tricia Thompson has tested a couple of them that are not certified, and they've come back being, under the 20 parts per million. So there's a couple bigger brands that some patients will ask because they're a little bit cheaper. I'll say, okay, yes, you can do that. That's been tested per se, but we do not recommend just going to get any old steel cut oats off the shelf, and definitely doing, again, certified gluten-free or the purity protocol oats.
Right. Are there places that gluten lurks or hides that people might not be familiar with? You said rye, wheat, and barley, so therefore breads made from them, desserts or pastries or flours or crackers made from them. But is gluten hiding somewhere else where people may not even think?
Yes. So some of the big ones are even things like soy sauce. Many individuals don't realize that soy sauce in the U.S. especially is made in kind of a speedy fashion where they'll add wheat to it that's just how it's processed. So if individuals want to do a soy sauce, they would want to do something more like a tamari or a coconut amino or something like that to kind of impart that umami flavor in different products. So a big one is going to be soy sauce for many individuals. And then other things, just making sure that they're not doing kind of like other kinds of candies and things like that could have added gluten in there, different fillings and things such as that. Let me think. I'm trying to think of other stuff off the top of my head right now.
And beer has gluten, right?
Well, of course, beer has gluten. Even some of the different kinds of hard, think about like old like wine coolers and things like that. Often those all have gluten because those are all malt beverages. So malt is another word under barley. So anything that has malt in it will contain gluten as well.
Does couscous, spelt, farro, and triticale have gluten?
Yes, those also have gluten as well. And so that's kind of another one that individuals don't realize. And they're saying, oh, I didn't realize couscous has gluten, and it's just basically pasta in the shape of little balls. So in that case, there actually are some different brands out of Italy that they make couscous that's gluten-free. And then I'll have patients do, quinoa and do some other kinds of grains that will be naturally gluten-free instead. But let's see, I'm trying to think of other things that I wanted to touch on that are, and then just making sure things like miso. So if you think about like miso, different soups with miso, it may be made with a starter that has barley or wheat. So that's something too, I just tell patients to make sure that is confirmed to be gluten-free. And there's a lot of different gluten-free miso starters at like Whole Foods and things like that.
Yeah, wow.
But yeah, I know it's really a lot of times just the processed foods are going to be the big one.
Right.
Fried foods, people don't realize French fries, you think are going to be gluten-free, but if they're fried in a shared fryer with onion rings, now they contain gluten.
Wow. So you really have to be like an investigative journalist when
Yes,
you eat.
exactly. Yes, I always say I'm like, it's an underground world.
That is something. How long have you had this condition?
So I'm coming up on 5 years, which is crazy. And I've been at, like I said, University of Chicago for almost 16 years. And so I think it's something that I don't think I had it when I was younger. I think I developed it as I got into my adult years. And so it's something that I think when I was diagnosed, even the doctors I work with, the nurses, they said, "Oh, Laura, you can't have celiac. You just have IBS. You're fine," And here it came back that that I had it. And I had a variety of symptoms that might not point to it, right? So I had some anxiety, I had fatigue, but those are all things you kind of say, oh, everyone has anxiety, everyone has fatigue. Oh, I had a little constipation, I had a little diarrhea. Oh, everyone has that. I think one thing it's again, no one likes to talk about poop, but I think one thing that I thought was really interesting is I deal with a lot of individuals who have malabsorptive disorders, right? Celiac, inflammatory bowel disease. And I remember, again, this is definitely gross, right? But my stool sticking to the toilet bowl. And I thought, why would my poop stick to the toilet bowl? And I know with pancreatic disorders, if you have a pancreatic issue, if you can't break down fats and you can't break down your foods, your stool, we would always say, it sticks to the bowl. And I remember that happening right before I was diagnosed. And I thought, oh my gosh, what is wrong with me? Why am I malabsorbing? So I think everyone has these weird symptoms that they might have, and they don't want to talk about it, or they think and you kind of make your GI symptoms, that's your norm, right? You kind of live with it, whether it might be you have diarrhea all the time, you have constipation, or you go back and forth. I remember going to Italy before I knew I was diagnosed. I had no idea I had celiac, and I had everything with me. I had stuff in case I had diarrhea, stuff in case I had constipation, right? Like you name it, I had everything in my little toolbox in case I had those GI symptoms.
Wow. And somebody that works in the field that even was doubted, you think, how would a layperson even get to the point of diagnosis when some of these symptoms are so vague and nonspecific and common?
Yes, exactly. And that's why I think I'm even more passionate about it. I think I always, even in my undergrad or my master's degree, my first case study was celiac disease. And I remember thinking, this is amazing. This is so interesting. And I was always passionate about it, even when I started my job. But to be diagnosed, I think now that's really pushed me even more to be passionate. And I think my patients also appreciate it because I've had to live it myself, right? So even before I was diagnosed, people would always ask when I'd be educating them, now, do you have celiac disease? And I'd say, no, and a lot of times they'd say, oh, and even that happens with inflammatory bowel disease. Do you have Crohn's? Do you have colitis? I say, no. And okay, they kind of, roll their eyes. That's happened to me with even weight management. I do a lot of weight management. And when I started, when I was 24 years old, I was, and now I have 2 kids, I've had to deal with some weight issues after having kids and things like that. And I remember some of these patients would roll their eyes at me like, oh, you're this little 24-year-old girl. You have no idea about weight management. So I think sometimes it does help to have to walk in those shoes to really, just help me to be even better of a dietitian.
Yeah. I was recently interviewing a cardiologist for another project, and he was talking about how with a heart attack, the symptoms present differently in men and women.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, is this the same thing with celiac disease? And is there somewhat of a checklist? Because I'm concerned that with some of these nonspecific symptoms, like everybody has a little anxiety, everybody's a little fatigued, they don't go to a GI doctor, and maybe they're being treated for something else when really they need to come to a GI doctor and get tested.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that is such a good question. I mean, yeah, there's so many different kinds of symptoms. So yeah, I mean, we've had patients that have racing heart, right? Like racing heart, and they've seen cardiologists and got a whole workup on it and had no idea it was celiac. Now, as far as female and male, I mean, that's a great question. There is no specific. It's very interesting. I think more females have been documented to have celiac disease, but honestly, I think if you think about it logically, females are more willing to go to the doctor and say, you know what, I feel kind of odd. I've had some male patients that are more on top of their symptoms. But it's very interesting how a lot of my male patients over the 15 years, many of them have been diagnosed after their daughter or their sister were diagnosed with celiac disease. And they said, that's weird. I've had heartburn for years. That's weird. I've had kind of weird, and they might not have any symptoms. And so I think, yeah, unfortunately, There's no like female or male, but I know for like heart attacks, there's definitely different things that females experience. So I think that's why, and it can occur at any time. You could feel normal one year and then next year you're not feeling so great. So I think, I think there needs to be more education about this too. I even think for fertility, I had a couple miscarriages before I knew I had celiac disease. So I think even in clinics for infertility, I think that people need to be checked for celiac disease before they go into IVF even. So I think hopefully over the years, I want to work on some of these different kind of projects as well to work with different physicians. And, I told all of my physicians after those miscarriages that, hey, guess what? I was diagnosed with celiac disease, because a lot of times they don't think about that. They just think, oh, wow, you're infertile, you have to start IVF or whatever it might be.
That is that could be very helpful to some of the younger viewers that are still trying to have children. So the testing that you do at the University of Chicago, that's the gold standard. There's no like self-testing or online testing that people could do.
So not yet. Well, there is this company called I'm Aware, and they do like at-home testing for celiac disease. Again, that's not, it's similar to some of the testing that we do, but at this time, we usually recommend still going to see your physician. But this company, I'm Aware, does have some interesting tests that I've had some patients do at home, kind of for their own follow-up, so they could see, how are my levels? How gluten, am I being pretty good about gluten-free? Are my numbers coming down? But we do recommend really seeing a physician in person, because as you know, there are so many different kinds of testing out there that has to do with gluten sensitivity or things like that. But again, there really aren't true markers of that at this time. And so we do say to do the TTG test, the tissue transglutaminase, and checking for the immunoglobulins, and then also doing the endoscopy.
Nice. What other common digestive disorders do you help people with?
So let's see, I work with individuals with IBS, so irritable bowel syndrome, inflammatory bowel disease. And so again, that's Crohn's disease or colitis, ulcerative colitis. We work with a lot of individuals also with what's called eosinophilic esophagitis, also known as EOE. And this is another huge phenomenon, I think, that's occurred in the past couple decades. It was previously only a pediatric disorder. So, and when you have this EOE, you have to, one of the dietary approaches, if you don't want to do steroids, because for some individuals, they're on steroids for the rest of their life. If they're on EOE, they found that you could do a diet intervention. So we typically take patients off all the top allergens, and then you reintroduce them back to them. And so that's another very interesting diet intervened disease that has really evolved over the years. GERD, so in gastroesophageal reflux disease. We see a lot of patients with fatty liver disease, which is also known as non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And so again, I think that is another one that when I was in school, which is not that long ago in terms of things, we only learned that fatty liver was from drugs and alcohol. Now, my fatty liver patients oftentimes have never really drank. They've never done drugs. They have just unfortunately had a bad diet over the years and didn't exercise as much. And so a lot of these patients are literally having their liver is completely covered in fat, right? And so it's a very interesting thing. And we have a fatty liver clinic that we work with. It's a multidisciplinary clinic. And one of my favorite things is we do this elastography test on these individuals' livers at their first visit. And this test that we do on the liver was originally used for cheese in France. And so they look to see the elasticity of that cheese, to see the aging of the cheese. And so now we can look at individuals' livers and see how damaged it is. But another bonus about that is you make dietary changes, and you can reverse the fat on the liver. So that's another very rewarding, empowering thing I can help with patients. And then weight management. I do a weight management clinic once a week with Dr. Ed McDonald, and that's a really fun multidisciplinary clinic as well. I'm trying to think. I think those are most of the diseases that we cover. We do some pancreatic, chronic pancreatitis as well.
What are the symptoms of fatty liver disease?
So honestly, there aren't that many symptoms. Some individuals will have no symptoms at all. Some individuals will have pain on the right side that might radiate around the back. And it could just be from that kind of literally a swollen liver. It's swollen, it's congested. Think about your liver as being congested because it has to filter everything. So some individuals will have that kind of pain or kind of bloaty kind of feeling. Others have some fatigue and they don't really have any obvious symptoms. Honestly, many individuals are diagnosed with fatty liver when they have just a common like insurance blood draw for prevention through a company a lot of times, and they draw liver enzymes. So if your liver enzymes are elevated, that often lets them look further and to see if you have fatty liver disease.
Do the people with fatty liver tend to have more fat on their body other than just around their liver?
That's where oftentimes yes, but then there are a lot of individuals that aren't. That's not necessarily the case. For example, Asian Americans. There's a lot of Asian Americans that end up getting fatty liver disease, and they might be a normal weight. And so a lot of times too, it's kind of looking at their diet and saying, okay, yes, you can eat rice, but maybe doing some other whole grains in there rather than doing a big bulk of just white rice in their diet, right? So for some of those individuals, it might be saying, okay, cut out the juice and things. But that's an interesting phenomenon is Asian Americans that are diagnosed with fatty liver. But usually for most of these patients, it is weight loss. They need to work on a little bit of weight loss. And for those patients, we usually recommend more of like a Mediterranean type of a diet, really focusing on getting in, loads of fruits. And I always say all the colors of the rainbow, right? Eating. And what I always joke about with patients look at me, I say, eat more things that rot and go bad. And they say, what? So I say, that's going to help your liver rather than eating all these processed foods that are just going to congest the liver and make it work harder to filter things through. So that's a really great clinic, I think, too, that we can help individuals just by making small changes, not saying you have to go on, such a very, restricted diet.
But it's nice that it sounds like fatty liver can totally be reversed.
Yes. Absolutely, especially if it's in the early stages. Now, again, if someone, has fatty liver for a long period of time, that can get really, your liver can get hard as a rock and turn into cirrhosis. So that's why I always tell patients, I say, you think someone that has cirrhosis of the liver is an alcoholic? Not these days. It could be someone that, was, addicted to soda over the years and just drank tons of soda, and here they have fatty liver. So it's a very interesting thing. So yeah, but for the most part, it could be reversed as long as their liver doesn't have cirrhosis.
Yeah, I remember seeing a video once with Dr. Robert Lustig, the anti-sugar guy, saying that even children can get it, and especially ones that are overweight or obese, or like you say, drink a lot of soda.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it can happen very, very quickly.
Wow.
Yeah, and then it's nice that it could be reversed. So that's the good thing.
Yep. So EOE, what are the signs and symptoms of that? Because that's something I've not heard of till today.
Yes. So for EOE, one of the main symptoms typically for individuals is they feel like their throat is closing up. And so they might mistake it for a food allergy. And for some individuals, they might have a true food allergy. So they usually do food allergy testing to rule that out, to make sure. And so that's usually the thing. So I've had a lot of patients where things get actually stuck in their throat because with the esophagitis, itis is inflammation. So if your esophagus is inflamed, food could literally be getting stuck because it's so congested and very inflamed. So that's really the main thing is people feel like their throat, something stuck in their throat. And for many of these individuals, they might have to go to the ER because they might be eating, say, some piece of, kind of tough meat and it gets stuck in their throat. And so that is a big telltale sign. And so when someone does have something stuck in their throat, they often will do an endoscopy and take those biopsies to see if they do have the EOE.
And you said there were some foods that generally if they can avoid them, they can improve with EOE.
So historically it was always steroids. They could give individuals steroids for it. But then Northwestern actually in Chicago were some of the pioneers looking at this with diet. So what they do, and it seems very restrictive at first. You have to put someone on a complete elimination of all the top allergens. So again, let's see if I get it. So again, it's, your wheat and your dairy and your soy and your eggs and your nuts and your tree nuts and your fish and your shellfish. An egg, did I say egg? Yeah. So it's all those top allergens. And so what we do with these patients is you take out all of those allergens and those are all out of the diet. And you do that for a short period of time. And then they re-scope them. And then when they scope them, they see if they had any, if they had some healing, and then you reintroduce foods back. And so for some individuals, they might find out the main two foods that they found with the Northwestern study was wheat and dairy. So those were the top two that caused EOE. And so for some individuals, they might have to just avoid wheat and dairy, and they're fine. And for some individuals, they actually found at Northwestern in their most recent study, they introduced foods back and they were able to eat a normal diet again. It was just like their body had to get rid of things and kind of get back to healing. So that was an interesting takeaway. But yeah, wheat and dairy were the top two foods. So hopefully in the future, we'll be able to do studies and just eliminate those, right? Because for some patients, they might look at me and be like, I have to avoid every single top allergen, and they're dizzy, right? So hopefully in the future, we'll have even more of a kind of a specified diet to only have to avoid a couple foods and go from there.
That's funny because it's all the top allergens, I just don't eat them. Not because I'm avoiding them. They're just not in my diet. So I'm thinking, how hard could that be? But I guess for people that eat them and enjoy them, it can be difficult. How hard is it to get patients to achieve dietary compliance? Because a lot of the diseases you're talking about, that is the treatment.
I know that I think it always depends on the individual. So I think for some individuals, it has to be, they have to find the motivation in themselves, right? So I could be talking till I'm blue in the face. As you can see, I have a lot of energy and I always am using my hands. And so patients will like laugh at me or roll their eyes and say, okay, Lori, and so some just kind of, they're not ready. So I think patients really need to be ready and, I think something has to really get you, that you want to feel better. Usually, I think if patients aren't feeling that great, that kind of pushes them to be more motivated to make the changes oftentimes, and kind of I always try to have, talk to my patients and say, like, what is going to motivate you? Like, what would motivate you? Is it your grandkids or your kids or whatever it might be? So trying to find what will be their motivation. So it's part of them, not just me barking at them. You got to do this. You got to do that. That's not, the goal.
It seems that so many people that have various GI diseases have suffered with them for such a long time.
Yeah.
Are there some that are just, if you're going to get one, that are just an easier fix?
Yeah, that's oh gosh, that's such a great question. I mean,
how about GERD? Because I know that my husband had that, and when he stopped eating processed food, it just went away. He didn't have to take the medicine anymore.
That's great. Yeah, I think so. That's a great point. So I think GERD is one of those that for some individuals, they can just make some slight little changes and they feel so much better and don't have to take medication. And I think it's always the perspective too, because I have patients with celiac, they come in, they're like, that's not hard at all. That's super easy. And I have others that are in there sobbing because it's so hard for them. Right. Or, so I think it's like the perspective, but GERD could be probably one of them that are pretty easy. I think the challenging, IBS is challenging because for some individuals, you could be eating the same food one day and feel fine. The next day you eat that same food and you don't feel good. And so I think there's all those other things that might be if you're stressed out and all these other components that might, affect that IBS. So I think IBS is one of the challenging things. It's always, I like challenges, but I think that's one that's hard to put a finger on it too. So I always tell people, look at the whole picture, not just only food.
Yeah. So what is the whole picture?
That's a great question. So I think the whole picture is, again, looking to make sure they're taking care of their mental health, right? So whether if they need to, go see a therapist to, talk to someone that it's not their family or their friends, right? Just to kind of get that out, because I think everyone knows, especially if you have IBS, that if you're stressed out, where does it go? Right to your stomach. And you have this, you're not feeling good. What happens? That's a whole cascade of effect. So I think mental health is a big one. And so in making sure, I always tell patients, make sure they're moving more, right? So I always say, move your butt more and just move. So I think making sure they're moving, making sure they're taking care of their mental health. Obviously looking at their diet. Yes. So I think it's looking at that whole picture rather than just saying, oh, it's the food that caused that. Because I think for a lot of individuals, it's sad. They might come in and say, I have IBS, I eat 4 foods. Right. And they say, that's the only thing I can tolerate. And they don't even want to budge. So I think it's looking at that whole picture and not only relating it, everything has to do with the food.
Right. What about hemorrhoids? I don't know if we talked about that, but that is still part of the GI tract. And I know so many people that have them, both internal and external, and they're very troublesome. Even if they're not, deadly, people don't like having them.
Yes.
Sure.
That's one of the worst. Yeah. That is one of the most painful things in that area. It's such a sensitive area. So I think hemorrhoids, anal fissures, those are all in that. Anal fissures is kind of like a paper cut. And then hemorrhoids, whether it's very inflamed in that area, right? And it's extremely sensitive. So I think for individuals that do have hemorrhoids, I think my top couple things are, I usually say, get a squatty potty. I'm sure you've heard of squatty potties. That is one of the best things for the angle when they're having a bowel movement, rather than kind of straining in that kind of, not 45-degree angle or whatever. So they want to have, I think, a squatty potty. Fiber is a big one, obviously, fiber and fluid. And so I think those are some big ones. And even so, some patients may be doing other things, again, doing things are more soluble fiber. So that will be in a lot of grains and a lot of fruits. So I think for a lot of my patients too, with hemorrhoids, I'll say, make sure you're getting in a good amount of fruit to kind of soften up the stool so that when it is coming out of that rectal area, it's not going to be as irritating per se. So for some individuals, I might have them doing, plums or prunes, doing a couple prunes a day. Certainly could do things like chia seeds and flax seeds, chia puddings, things like that. So for many of my patients, I'll say really focusing on getting a good amount of that soluble fiber for the hemorrhoids, because yes, I've had different kinds of different GI symptoms, and some of those are some of the most painful things, sitz bath, things like that. But I think the diet, exercise to really help too, to soften the stool. But many times when patients are experiencing symptoms, they might have flares when they're not drinking enough fluids. So really doubling up on water. I usually say at least a half an ounce per pound of fluid, of getting that true water in, and then getting a good amount of fiber.
Yeah, water and fiber. That's what's in whole food. I love that you talked about. I love that you talked about the squatty potty. I actually learned about it from another expert in this summit. They were a pelvic floor physical therapists, and I immediately ordered one on Amazon. It was here the next day. And, I know nobody ever wants to talk about poop. I do. And this is what this whole summit is about. And I'll tell you, even if you do not have GI disorders, you get the best poops ever with that thing.
Exactly. It's the best. That's why I tell every patient. It's funny. Everyone's like, okay, Lori. And I say, trust me, it's going to really help, So yeah, I think it can make a big difference. It's just this small little thing, but it can make a huge, and if you think about it, when I was in Italy, when I was in Thailand, a lot of times there's just a hole in the ground. So for many individuals, they're squatting in the ground. So it goes back to what you should be doing when you're having a bowel movement, but people usually can't squat on top of their toilet without falling in. So I think it's a good.
Yeah, I don't think if we ever do get to the point where we could travel again, I don't think I'll even go anywhere without it.
Yes. Oh, I know. It's amazing. And it's funny because they actually came out with, I think there's a travel one they came out with that like folds up and stuff.
That's the one I got.
Good.
Yeah, I love it. I don't know. I mean, I took 60 years and now I just can't live without it. It's amazing. Yeah.
It's the best. Yes.
Is there a particular type of patient that you just really love to work with?
Oh, gosh. That's a hard question. I think, I like a little bit of both. So I love when patients are very motivated, but then I also like the challenge of someone that's not motivated, that's very closed off, that's kind of like not ready. And then by the time I'm done with them, even at the first visit, they're like opened up and they're like, oh, okay, I'm ready to do this. Like you've kind of, you've got me, kind of, ready or, willing and kind of like to open up their mind a little bit. So, I think that's a good question because, yeah, of course, as a dietitian, many of us, we'd love to have patients that are motivated, but then the reality is most of my patients aren't always motivated to make those changes. So,
but yet when they do, they probably feel better.
Yes, exactly. And that's like the best feeling when someone's like, oh my gosh, Laura, I made these changes. I'm a whole new person, So I think that's one of the best things, especially for someone that initially was like, no, I can't do this. I don't think this is going to work for me.
Would somebody ever just see someone like you without first seeing the gastroenterologist? Does somebody ever just for GI issues go straight to the dietitian?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So we do have a lot of patients that will see us just for, to kind of go over their overall diet and whatnot. So I think that could still be helpful, but especially for some of my patients where they might just want to see me and not see a doctor, a GI doctor per se, I think that's fine, but sometimes you might be missing out on like what they might really be, needing per se, right? So they might say, oh, I feel better on the gluten-free diet, I'm going to stay gluten-free, but they might not realize they might have, who knows, dysplasia, some inflammation in their stomach or something else that might be going on. So yes, I definitely work with a lot of patients that are just self-referred, and that's absolutely fine. But especially if things aren't always resolving with some of these dietary changes, I usually recommend just even to get a consult with a physician and to do some routine blood work or procedures if needed.
Do you find that most people just really don't eat enough fiber?
Yes, absolutely. That I think is one of the biggest challenges. Is just patients are not eating enough fiber. I think, the recommended dose is to get at least 25 grams of fiber a day, 25 to 35 for most individuals. And many patients, if we review what they're eating, they might not even get 10 grams of fiber per day. And I think a big thing of that is if you're not getting enough fiber, you're never going to feel full. So I always tell patients, fiber is going to make you feel full. You're going to feel satisfied. It can make you feel less anxious because you're going to be full rather than have that, I'm hungry all the time. So I think there's so many benefits of fiber. And so I always try to reiterate that to patients of finding what, because many come in, I don't want any fruits or vegetables. I don't like fruits or vegetables. So it's trying to work with them. I think a big thing is too, how would you prepare these fruits and vegetables? Some people don't even like fruits and vegetables. So I work with them to kind of find out if you want to use a smoothie or if you're going to roast the vegetables, because some come in Chicago and they say, I've only had boiled vegetables my whole life. And it's like, we got to work on that. So.
Well, the doctor you work with went to culinary school. So do you guys ever do cooking presentations to show them how delicious fruits and vegetables can be?
Yes, so we have done them in the past, and we're working hopefully to maybe have a teaching kitchen that we can really work on incorporating that with our patients. But yes, we have done some things in the past, and everyone loves it because, again, it's such a neat combination for him to be a physician and to be a chef. Because as you know, many physicians do not get education with regard to nutrition. And if they do, it's a one-course thing. So.
Yep,
Yeah,
that's
great.
Is there such a thing as eating too much fiber?
So, sure, if someone's eating more than 50, 100 grams a day per se, if they're having, horrible diarrhea or things like that. Again, if individuals have things like Crohn's or colitis, they might have to really watch the fiber if they're in different stages, if they have really bad inflammation or things. But yeah, for the most part, I honestly don't really come across patients eating too much fiber. It's really rare these days, unfortunately.
How often are you seeing various cancers along different parts of the GI tract?
So I see a fair amount. Actually, at the University of Chicago, they actually hired a dietitian now that's working with a lot of the GI cancer patients. But over the years, I have seen a good amount of patients, unfortunately, that have various GI cancers.
Yeah. Well, it just sounds fascinating what you do. And I didn't even realize until this summit that there are so many registered dietitians working with gastroenterologists that just specialize in gut health. I think that's fabulous.
Thank you. Yes, I know. It's so exciting because really, I work with these dietitians. It's called DIGID, Dietitians in Gluten Intolerance Diseases. And we are actually going to be partnering with the AGA, the American Gastroenterological Association, to really partner with them because there's so many more GI dietitians, like you mentioned. And again, 10 years ago, there was very few throughout the country. So it's a great new arena to be in.
Yeah, I just hope people will take their symptoms seriously and not just write them off because, like you mentioned, they could be a sign of something more serious.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. Well, God, I wish, I don't need one, but if I did, I'd love, you just seem so fun to go to.
Oh, thank you. It's great speaking with you.
Yeah. So, Lori, what is the truth about GI health?
So I think the truth about GI health is like we were talking about, I think it's that whole picture. So I think absolutely for GI health, it's looking at, your mental health, looking at your, are you moving to help with that kind of the GI function, right? Your peristalsis, and then really looking at the diet. And I think that's that whole picture when it comes to GI health, rather than saying, a lot of people don't realize that it's that whole component. They might be a stress ball and eating the perfect diet and they're eating so perfect, but they're a stress ball and they're really not helping their GI health. So I think it's really looking at all of those components.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Lori.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Boy, I loved Lori. You know, I'm from Chicago and that's where she lives and she has the accent that I'm used to. I just wanted to sit down and have a cup of tea with her. She was just delightful. And I hope you can really feel the caring and the passion that these experts have on wanting you guys to get well and just to optimize your GI health. They're just such an extraordinary group of people. I'm just so blessed. And even though I did the interviews, I can't tell you how much I'm enjoying listening to them now without the stress of having to worry about the recordings. And you don't have to have the stress of worry about listening or missing any takeaways because you can choose to own the Summit package for life, get all the audio downloads, video downloads, transcripts, plus several bonuses. And when you support our work, we'll give you a free buddy pass so you can share this with someone, and holidays are coming up. It might make a great gift. You know, it's interesting that Lori didn't know she had celiac disease. And I think there's probably a lot of people in that boat because the symptoms can be so vague and non-specific. So I learned so much about it. I didn't know much about this disease, a systemic immune mediated disorder, and it is like an autoimmune disease. But the culprit is gluten and wheat, rye, barley. And, you know, for some people, I guess it would be hard to avoid those things. I'm actually gluten-free myself because I have Hashimoto's thyroiditis. For me, it's not difficult. But one of the nice things about celiac disease is that you don't have to have an operation. You don't have to take medication. You just have to avoid the culprit. So I think that is kind of encouraging that if that is something you suffer with, there's a blood test. And if it's positive, they do an endoscopy to see if the villi and the duodenum is damaged. And right now, the only a gluten-free diet is the only thing they have to treat it. But you know, like she had mentioned, if you're already avoiding gluten, the test won't be accurate. So that's something to think about. But these symptoms, fatigue, anemia, they can be very linked to other diseases too. So people might not know. And constipation, that's a common symptom also, but these are also possibilities of celiac, even heartburn, she said. And, you know, she mentioned having miscarriages and things. She didn't know she had the disease. And let's see. Yeah. Wow. You know, I can't believe how common she said it is in pediatrics and even people in their 80s, you know, even though I think she said it was 1 in 100, apparently it's pretty common. But like the good news is with this one, it's dietary tweaks. And, you know, believe it or not, it's dietary tweaks for a lot of these guys. It is the food, as Dr. Clapper said. And, you know, I worry because I have thyroid disease. She said sometimes people go on to have celiacs, but I guess it'd be okay because I avoid gluten anyway, as per Dr. Goldhammer, who's a speaker in a few days. And some people without celiac say they feel better on a gluten-free diet. They don't know why. And it could be that there's less inflammation, but we've known from some of the other speakers that it's not always the grain, the whole grain, but it's what they do to this country with the Roundup and all the chemicals, because some people can eat the bread and the pasta in Italy and France, just not the United States. But we recommend the whole grains preferably over the processed grain. That was an interesting resource, Tricia Thompson, the gluten-free watchdog. And, you know, we have to worry when we cook for other people about the cross-contamination because people do vary in sensitivities. So even things that we think of like oats that don't really have gluten, if we're making it for somebody with celiac disease, we've got to get some that are certified gluten-free. And what's interesting about this disease is that individuals react differently. Certain GI diseases, everybody seems to have the same symptoms, gas and bloating. But with celiac, some people have depression, some have anxiety, some have brain fog. So a lot of times people don't even think that it could be celiac disease. But what I thought was really interesting is that it can trigger other autoimmune diseases. So that's something to think about if you think you might have it and need to get tested for it. And, you know, it's so interesting about oats because I know it when I worked at True North, Dr. Goldhammer had to pay 4 times more for getting ones that were certified gluten-free because oats inherently don't have any gluten, but they're often grown in the same field as the glutinous grains. So there's that cross-contamination that occurred. But she mentioned the purity protocol. So she said about 16% of people with celiacs will react to the protein in oats. And also realize that if you're somebody avoiding gluten, just for whatever reason, or celiacs, it can hide in a lot of places, beer, soy sauce. And, you know, one of the things she said I thought was really profound, I think some of the other speakers addressed this as well, is that when we asked Dr. Tillich about what GI health is, and she goes, you shouldn't even really know about your stomach unless there's something wrong. Many people make their GI symptoms normalized, but it's not normal to have these GI symptoms. It's not normal to live with constipation. And these things can all be rectified. And the experts on this summit will give you the guidelines on how to do that. When people have infertility, they should be checked for celiacs before having IVF. Very, very important takeaway. Never heard that before. I feel like I had a crash course in medical school. I mean, the people on the summit, they're just so highly skilled and intelligent. It was just amazing. I never heard of EOE, esophageal, I can't even say it. Well, eosiphenal esophagitis. Never heard of it. Very interesting. But the nice thing is when you make these dietary changes, you can reverse a lot of them. Like, for example, fatty liver disease. And it's so interesting that it's not just a disease of overweight people anymore. But it is the food. And some people with fatty liver have no symptoms. She mentioned it's often just diagnosed on a routine blood test, although some people do have pain on the right side. When you have your routine blood test, if your liver enzymes are elevated, they check for it. But again, it's not always somebody that's overweight, although that is often a link, especially with the children. With people with EOE, they feel like their throat is closing up, but that's also could be a symptom of food allergy. And wheat and dairy seem to be the top two culprits. Now we know that we don't need dairy. Remember, Dr. Clapper said, don't cross that species line. But wheat, again, it's one of those things in this country. It's not the wheat of other countries. It's the way we produce food. And you're going to learn about that in 2 sessions from now with Dr. Ron Weiss. I loved how she said that wanting to feel better often motivates her patients to make dietary changes. For some people, it doesn't seem enough, but that could be finding your why. Why do you want to feel better? The motivational interviewing that some of the other speakers talked about. Getting a squatty potty. The first time I heard of that from Mandy and Julie, the physical therapists for the pelvic floor who'll be coming up, we got one for every bathroom. Game changer. They're not expensive. You can get them on Amazon. They have very attractive ones made of bamboo. You don't have to get the white plastic. They are the best. I will tell you, you will have epic poops if you get a squatty potty. Don't say, well, I poop perfectly. Nope, you don't. You got to get a squatty potty. They are the best. And especially if you have things like constipation or hemorrhoids, get them. You need, as she mentioned, we need lots of fruits to soften up the stool. We need that soluble fiber. And let's see. So, she mentioned looking at the whole picture, diet, stress, exercise, like all the other speakers said. So I really enjoyed her. Dr. McDonald said I would love her, and he's right. And you're going to love him too. He's coming up and he is amazing, boy, as all the speakers. And as are you guys for tuning in. We really appreciate you listening and watching this summit. And we even more so appreciate it when you share it on your Facebook pages and with your friends. It's absolutely free for 9 days, although you can choose to own it if you like, and we appreciate you supporting our work. Now, our next interview, I mentioned you may want to tune in later as well to see the visuals that he provides, because they're going to blow your mind. But his name is Shamiz Kachwala. He's from High Carb Health, and he's going to talk about the truth about carbs, because he was a very, very, very sick young man in another country, and it was a very scary time for him, and he healed, and he's helping others to heal now. And I think more than that, he's providing hope that there is a way out from even some of these diseases that you've suffered with from a long time once you get the information right. Please welcome Shamiz Kachwala. Hi, Shamiz, and welcome to the GI Health Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me, Chef AJ. It's a pleasure to be here, and I can't wait to share my story with your viewers.
I can't wait to hear it, because your story is one of hope and healing. And please tell our viewers exactly what happened to you.
Right. So it's been a long journey for me, and it goes back from about 2012 when I was teaching English in Japan, out of all places. And, I was just doing my thing, just not paying attention to diet whatsoever, just living a normal life, thinking we need to eat all sorts of things. I really didn't pay attention to my diet whatsoever. And I think the issue with me was with digestive health. So when I started to see irregular bowel movements, and also when I started to see blood in my stool, um, similar to what you also experienced when you were going through your health journey, I kind of got a bit confused, and I was like, "Hey, this isn't supposed to happen to the body. You know, why am I passing blood through my stool?" And it never really occurred to me that diet had anything to do with this, so I didn't really pay attention to it too much, and it kind of came and went, and one day it started to get more and more, and then I felt really tired, and I was really lethargic, and just like that wasn't me. I didn't feel me. I didn't feel like Shamiz before. So I kind of went to the GP. Luckily, there was an English speaking GP in Japan that obviously helps with foreign people, and I went to him and I said, "Hey, this is what's happening to my body. Like, what's up? Do you know of any kind of condition like this?" And he said, "Oh, yeah, it might be hemorrhoids, it might be piles, and let's get you checked." So what he did was he admitted me to hospital. So he goes, "Well, we'll do a checkup on you." And so what happened then was I scooted to hospital. So I had a scooter in Japan. I scooted to hospital, and I kind of just went straight from the GP to the hospital, GP's office to the hospital, and they did a rectal examination. So the doctor kind of put his finger up my bum, and it wasn't very pleasant because I was like, "Oh, that's not very nice." And he said, "Oh, yeah, it looks like you have a little bit of blood in your rectum, and you might have what's called mild colitis." And so they said, "Okay, we're going to do some more investigation. So you might have to stay in the hospital for about a week, and we might do a colonoscopy to see, what's wrong, or a sigmoidoscopy to see what's wrong." And I did that. The doctor did a colonoscopy, and he diagnosed me with mild colitis. And so I was just kind of like, "What is this colitis?" I'd never really heard of it. And so I obviously Googled it. I was in the hospital bed in the ward, in the GI ward, and I was kind of Googling it, what's colitis? And, I'd never heard of it before. And so what colitis is an inflammation of the large intestine. So when your bowel gets inflamed, when, and you pass blood through your stool, you can't really control your bowel movements. You go several times a day, lots of blood and mucus. And that's what was happening to me during the time. So I was going to the toilet about 3 or 4 times a day. It wasn't so severe, but it was diarrhea and watery. And, that's what concerned me a little bit as well. I was like, "Hey, is the food digesting properly?" So, I then was in hospital, and for that week, they put me on anti-inflammatory drugs, as they always do. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs. I think Xalazine, that's what it's called. And yeah, they kind of just said, "Don't worry about it. You're going to get better." And the doctor just said, "Just take these drugs, and you'll be good to go." They also were feeding me food that apparently was for colitis and Crohn's patients. So that included like a half-boiled egg or half-raw egg, some miso soup, some porridge or rice porridge, and some, I think it was there was a bit of fish in there as well, which it was pretty bland. There was nothing really to it. And I thought, well, they know what they're talking about, so let's eat this food. And also those those little Yakult yogurts, that they're very famous in Japan or in Asia, and I was just like, I was chucking them back because good bacteria, whatever, from yogurt. So I was drinking a lot because I told the doctor, like, "Oh, can we drink this?" And he's like, "Oh, sure, go for it." So I was knocking them back, saying, "Oh yeah, good for my tummy." However, that's when shit hit the fan. So I went from about 3 to 4 bowel movements to 5 to 6 within the next couple of days, to then 7 to 8, to then 9 and 10. It continuously started to increase, and I was kind of a bit worried. I was like, "Hang on a second, why am I getting worse? This is not right." And of course, my weight was also dropping a little bit because I was just going to the toilet so many times a day, and the toilet was probably about 20 meters away from my room, so I had to get the drip and run to the toilet because I had a lot of urgency as well, and I couldn't hold in my bowel movements. So then the doctors were kind of like, "Okay, we're going to give you some more drugs," right? As they always do. So they put me on steroids. So, prednisone. And that actually didn't help at all. It actually made things even worse. So from about 9 to 10 times a day, I was going upwards of 12 times a day. And this is when I was really getting a bit nervous, because I'm like, hey, I'm in hospital here. You guys are supposed to be taking care of me, and I'm getting worse. And it didn't really, I was a bit scared at that time as well now. And so I think that was around week 2 when my bowel movement started getting worse and worse, and more blood and more diarrhea was coming out. And that's when I kind of called my parents as well. And I was like, hey guys, I'm in hospital. And they're like, what are you doing there? So I told them what condition I had, and I said, no, don't worry about it. The doctors, they know what they're doing, and I'll be here, and I'll be out in no time. And so obviously it didn't get better, and I kept getting worse and worse and worse. And as the days went by, my symptoms just skyrocketed. And I think it was in the 3rd week where, I called my parents and said, you guys got to come here now, because I'm struggling. I was struggling to, stand up and stuff, because I couldn't. The energy was just being depleted out of me. Running to the bathroom so many times a day. And so I actually asked for a private room, because I had to run to the bathroom. It was quite far. And so the private room obviously had a bathroom next to the bed. And so I was like, I need to go here, guys. Like, please put me in. And of course, this is all in Japan, right? So it's hard to speak to the nurses in English. So luckily I knew Japanese. It's hard with the medical terms, but I knew how to kind of get my way around and be conversational. So that made it a little bit easier to work my way around. But, I asked for that private room, and I said, look, I need to go there because I'm struggling here. And we got a private room. My parents obviously flew in the next day on a plane from New Zealand. And they looked at me and they said, wow, what's happened to you? Because I went from probably around about 72, 73, 74 kilos to probably around, at that time, I'd probably dropped 15 kilos, and I looked a lot more skinnier. And they actually, the doctors didn't actually say much. They were just like, keep taking the drugs, it should work for you. They didn't really have any explanations for what was going on. And it just obviously made it a little bit harder because they couldn't speak as much English. And so my parents were kind of asking them all these questions and stuff, and they're like, no, well, we don't know what's going on, kind of thing, and just, keep taking the drugs. So I think they put me on 80 mg of prednisone as well, which is pretty high dose, and that still didn't work. So that didn't suppress my symptoms. It kept my symptoms right up there. And so, man, I was having a tough time. And so I think it was the 4th or 5th week when things got so bad that I was going about 40 times a day to the bathroom. And I still remember those days to this date. And, it was awful. It was absolutely awful. I was in nappies. My mum had to clean me as well. Things were just going pear-shaped. And I really didn't know what to do, because I didn't have the energy to get up. I didn't have the energy to walk. I couldn't even lift my arm up because I was just so weak. And at that point, I had lost another 15 kilos. So I was down to about 40 something kilos, and just no energy, didn't know what to do. And my parents were kind of like, what's going on here? He's been in hospital under your care for about 4 or 5 weeks. Like, why is he not getting better? And the doctors just said he's not responding to the medications, and that was their only answer. And so there was one doctor that suggested immunosuppressant therapy or immunosuppressant drugs, which he said this might work. And the reason why he said this was because my colon was so bad. I did a total of 4 colonoscopies in hospital. The 3rd colonoscopy was so bad that he couldn't get past my rectum because it was so inflamed. And I have the pictures here if you want to see them. But because it was so inflamed, and so ulcerated. So, sorry, I forgot to mention that my mild colitis went from mild to ulcerative colitis. So I hadn't developed the ulcers at that time. I I just had a little bit of mild inflammation, but then as the time went on, I got more ulcers, and here's one of the pictures of my colon, how severe it was, and you can see how big the ulcers were, like really, really big. I don't think I've seen. I mean, this is a very poor state of your colon, and the doctor just, he couldn't get past my rectum, so he's like, I can't go any further, otherwise I'm gonna, it's gonna rupture, and so they were scared of perforation. My blood tests were really bad, so my CRP was like ridiculously high. They actually mentioned to my parents that if he doesn't get better soon, then we're going to have to do surgery. We're going to have to take a part of his colon out. My parents were just like, what what did you say? Like how can it be in your care and you want to suddenly do surgery? And I actually was in so much pain. I had, no life left in me. I was pretty much on my deathbed. I did a system as well. They did something to me as well. They experimented with what's called an LCAP system, where they hook you up with a machine and they draw blood from one arm, put it back in the other arm, but they filter it through this machine. So I was lying there for about an hour, the blood coming out of me, going into this machine, and cleaning my blood to get rid of the bad bacteria or whatever they were trying to do there. So I had to sit like this for about an hour. And, at that time I was going about 40 times to the toilet and having severe cramps and all sorts of things. So it was very, very hard for me to be like that. So, that was a very, I still picture those days and I'm kind of like, wow, just how did I go through that kind of thing? So, so they ultimately said, well, we have another option, which, if he responds to this medication, then, he might get better. So instead of surgery, because my parents said, no, you're not doing this. You're not taking a piece of his organ out. And so for me, I just wanted them to do whatever to fix me. I was like, look, just get rid of this, whatever I had, because I couldn't speak. I was just like, what is going on? So they gave me this immunosuppressant medication called tacrolimus, I think it was at the time. So I think they were trialing it. I don't know. But they gave it to me and my bowels settled from about 40 to about 15 to 20, or maybe some days were 10. And that's when I was on Facebook going, we have a House MD here, the program House. And so I just, I felt so much better, obviously a little bit better than I was going 40 times a day, a little bit more energy. But along the same time as that medication, my mum was, trying to find an answer for this. She was scouring the internet for all sorts of things. And she was typing in Google, is tofu good for you? And that's when this book came up called Self-Healing Colitis and Crohn's by Dr. David Klein. And this book was my answer. And, we ordered it in hospital. It came within about 4 days from Amazon. And we started reading it. My mum started reading it page by page, just going through this, because there was no other solution. I was in a desperate situation, and I just, anything that came to us, we would have done. And thankfully, this book came because it talks about plant foods. So the vegan healing diet, that's what it's called. And obviously, I had a little bit more energy because of the immunosuppressants kicking in and just totally suppressing my immune system so that it couldn't work. And so we started reading the book. My mum actually got a juicer in hospital and a smoothie maker, a blender. And she would run out, go get some celery, she'd get some apples, she'd get some pears, and she'd be juicing me all this amazing stuff. And I didn't know that, this would work. Like, I just was like, give me anything, So she would make me juices. I'd have a juice every morning, and then she'd get some bananas, and I'd have a banana smoothie. And sooner or later, I started to feel good because this whole time, I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks, they didn't actually put me on any medication. Sorry, not medication, any food, because they said, okay, we're going to give the medication a chance to work. So they didn't put me on any food. So I kind of say that I was on a drug fast. So pumping me all sorts of medication, but I didn't eat anything. So when we started to get the smoothies inside of me, I started to immediately feel better. I was like, wow, I've never felt like this energy just came to me. And obviously my bowel movements also, reacted to that. And I felt good. I actually had a pasty bowel movement, which I was just ecstatic because, I was just shitting water this whole time. It was literally it was just blood and water. And then, my body just started to feel better and better as the days went on, sticking to the juices, the smoothies, and would have some steamed vegetables for dinner. We actually talked to the nutritionist or the doctors about this, and they obviously said, well, where are you going to get your protein from? We sat down with the nutritionist and we told them, look, I'm a foreigner, or gaijin is what they call it over there, and your kind of food hasn't necessarily worked, so we're going to kind of do things our way. Luckily, the nutritionist kind of said, okay, that's fine, and then she just said, make sure you put some butter or something in your vegetables or in your bread so that you get some protein or whatever. And we said, oh, okay, fine, we'll do that. You just give us the food. But obviously, I didn't use any of that stuff. But yeah, and so as the days went by, I started to feel good. My bowel movements reduced even further, and I walked past the nurse ward one day, and all of them they're just looking at me, going, "How's this guy just suddenly woken up? Suddenly gotten better?" Then obviously the doctor said, "Look, we're going to have to do a colonoscopy now to see what's going on, and are you feeling better? So that's good." And things are working well. So he said that if your CRP numbers come down, if your blood tests are good, then you might be able to go home. And this was something that I couldn't have imagined because of the state of health that I was in. And when they were going to do surgery, when they were talking about surgery, I would have had to stay for another month in hospital for the surgery, and then another further 2 months to kind of rebuild. So there was going to be another 3 months of hospital, and I did not want that. I was like, I need to get out of here. I was just, being in hospital for 6 weeks, I was just so, it was gross, and the smell and all those things in the hospital, it's very bad. So he did a colonoscopy, and the doctor was actually shocked because this is what it came out with.
Wow.
And from that colonoscopy to this one here, you don't see any ulcers, and inflammation is very, very little. And he was absolutely shocked, and he said, "Well, look, the meds are finally working." And while maybe the immunosuppressant drugs worked a little bit, but I think the diet was the key here. And he actually, talked to me and said, well, you're going to have to be on medication for life. You need to take all these drugs with you back to New Zealand. So they gave me a massive suitcase full of medication to take back with me. And, I just threw all that in the bin because I'm not taking any meds. That's the last of the medication, and that was the last of the medication that I took. And I haven't taken a single pill for the last 8 years now. It was a crazy experience, to be honest, but I do believe that all these things happened to me for a reason. It was actually a blessing for me to go through this experience. Obviously, after I got out of hospital, I went back to New Zealand. There were some ups and downs. Mentally, I was very. I guess I couldn't grasp the fact that I couldn't eat any animal products, and so I did go and eat animal products again. And I had a lot of cravings. Growing up with animal products all my life, and stopping them cold turkey. So it took me a while before I kind of embraced this plant-based lifestyle and vegan lifestyle because I victimized myself a lot, and that's why I think the mental component to healing any kind of gut disease is so important, and taking inspiration from so many others. I think one of the first people that I watched on YouTube was Chris Beat Cancer. You know, him having colon cancer, going through a very similar situation to me in hospital, and you know, cleansing his body with fruit and juice and greens and you know, fruit smoothies. But yeah, after that, you know, me and my brother decided to help people, and you know, I know what it's like to go through this, and it's a horrible experience. I don't wish upon anyone to get this disease. And we decided to create a consultancy. So we created High Carb Health, and we help people now with ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. And I'm a coach. I'm a digestive health coach, and you know, it's been 7.5 years being med-free and no issues with my digestion. And you know, I have found this beautiful lifestyle for a reason, and the whole food plant-based lifestyle makes so much sense. One of the first doctors that I read his book was Dr. John McDougall, and I was just mind blown at what he had to say about, you know, food being a integral part of healing the body. And I think we learnt that as well through natural hygiene. So we did a certification from the Vibrant Health and Wealth Academy in Hawaii, where Dr. David Klein is. And, you know, it made us, or taught us about how the body is self-healing. And I think this is the best kept secret in medicine today, as all the plant-based doctors say, you know, that if you give the body the chance to heal, it will. If you give the body the right conditions, it will heal. And so we just got to get out the way sometimes. And you know, it was a big, you know, we were mind blown by this information, and obviously was seeing it for myself and going, hey, how did I get better? You know, because I did the same things. You know, I let the body rest, gave it the right food, and it healed itself. And you know, it's amazing the power of the body. You know, I mean, if we didn't come across this information, I probably would still be, you know, suffering a lot, and I would have been in a bag, and then, you know, got the surgery done to have a fake rectum or something. That's what he was talking about, and that would have been hell. And you know, I am just loving my life at the moment. You know, I run a lot, I cycle a lot, and you know, I'm not imprisoned to a toilet anymore. Which is, you know, when you get this disease, you know, you have to worry about toilets all the time. And, you know, that's no issues for me anymore. And I'm just so grateful to, you know, come across the whole food plant-based lifestyle. And, yeah, it's been an amazing journey. I'm so happy that I am here today and helping others do the same thing as well. So.
Is an incredible story. I'm surprised they haven't written you up in the medical literature, because I mean, you have the proof, you have the before and after colonoscopy.
Yes, I do. Yeah, and I think Dr. Scott Stoll has a medical journal now that he's written, and I think we'll definitely go look at that. And also we have so many case studies as well, and we want to try and work out a way of putting these case studies in the journal. So yeah, I think it will happen one day.
Well, congratulations. And 6 weeks in the hospital, that's got to be horrible. How old were you at the time of your diagnosis of ulcerative colitis?
So I was 23 years old, and yeah, I got diagnosed in 2012. So yeah, it was quite a while ago.
I mean, I feel like if one person is saved their colon from this summit, it will be worth it, because one of the reasons I wanted to do this is when I was working at the True North Health Center, I met a 29-year-old who did not get this information until after he got his colon removed. And he was like crying, you know, he has a bag and he's like, why didn't anybody tell me? And that's the purpose of this summit. We are telling you that there is often another way to heal.
Definitely. I think there is. And I think people need to understand that medicine can help you, and, you know, it can take you to a place where, you know, it's for emergency purposes. I don't think it's necessary for lifelong. And I think that's where lifestyle comes in, and where you really work on your diet and your mindset and many, many other factors. And we have 5 things that we generally tell people: food, exercise, water, sleep, and stress. And if you've got those 5 things under control, you're going to be in the best shape of your life. And I think it's so important to talk about all these other aspects to lifestyle change, because it's not just the food, and the food plays a massive role, but there's also other aspects to that. And if you have those in check, then you're definitely going to be in a better situation. And that's why we actually created a YouTube channel to share my journey. And basically, I show everything from what I eat to tips about healing the guts and what to eat, and many other things. Me and my brother actually started that way back in 2013. So please go check that out for all gut health info and tips.
So it's funny how the doctor said, well, when you got better, they completely discounted it could be the nutrition. It's like, well, the medicine must be working.
Yes, that's right. And I mean, there was no questioning like, oh, what did you do? Like, oh, what are you eating? Or, I mean, to be fair, I guess he was just going by the rule book. Okay. And I think in Japan, it's very structured that you have to do things a certain way, and no flexibility here and there. So he was just doing his job, and I don't blame him. I just think that now that there's so much more information about gut health, and there was also information back then as well. It's just, I guess we don't explore those things. And I think, it's important to look at other aspects, and I guess the true way of healing, and not an alternative way of healing, because the alternative is medicine. It's not the true way of healing. And I think we're so much more, I guess we trust so much in the doctors these days that we just go to them, and sometimes it may not work for you. And like my situation, it did not work for me, and I had to find the true way of healing to get better. Otherwise I would have, been like that 29-year-old who has now, is in suffering so much now for what he could be. So yeah.
Absolutely, because you can, once you get your colon out, you can't have it back. And it seems like you were in such distress that you would have almost done that at some point because you just wanted to feel better.
Definitely. And I think that's the problem today, is that people have that, like it's either, get the colon out, because, when you're feeling like you're going to die, you'll do anything to get better. And I think that's what happens with people, because first of all, they're not told about what to eat. And so what if, there was someone to say, hey, maybe if you change what you eat along with medication in the first part, maybe that will help the body come back, and it won't be in such a state of dis-ease.
It just seems that people, whatever their GI disorder is, that they suffer for so long before they get any kind of help or information.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, like, if you get onto it straight away, if you get onto a whole food plant-based diet straight away, you're going to reduce your risk of so many other diseases. And I think it's important to understand that the gut microbiome is super important. And we all know that, fiber is what makes that tick. And if you're not eating fiber, which a lot of people are under the impression that fiber is bad when you have a gut issue, please don't listen to people that say fiber is bad for you, because it is good for you. It's so necessary for the GI tract. And, if certain fibers don't work for you, like beans and rice and grains, go to the fruits, bananas, papayas, those beautiful, soft, soluble fiber is just going to soothe your colon, and that's why we also recommend, smoothies, and whole fruits as well. But it's not known to us because we're not told this. So, hopefully someone out there that's struggling will start to implement more fiber, more starch-based foods as well, because those foods are going to give you the nutrition plus the soothing of the colon wall as well, or the small intestine. So yeah, get onto a plant-based diet, guys. It's going to save your life just like it did for me.
Well, I've interviewed quite a few of the GI doctors, many of them the plant-based ones who, Fiber Fuel, Dr. Will B, who's saying that how essential that is. You mentioned that you're a digestive health coach for people with ulcerative colitis and Crohn's. Do you work specifically with those two diseases, or can your protocol be extended to people with other diseases like maybe IBS, for example?
Definitely, I think so. I think the whole GI tract is something. Well, what we learned was that the body has a lot of toxicity, right? It builds up all the toxicity from the foods that we eat, and that can be from endotoxins, that can be from the microbiome. And I think the problem here is that we're just, one diet can actually work for a lot of things, and we know that for type 2 diabetes, we know that for heart disease, it's a very similar diet. Obviously, with GI issues, you may need to tweak things here and there, but essentially, it is a whole food plant-based diet. A little bit of blending and juicing here, maybe here and there, just to really soothe or cleanse the body. However, yes, you can actually use this protocol and fix other GI issues like IBS, and a lot of people have bloating, a lot of people have constipation. A simple digestive problem can actually get worse over time. So you want to get onto this straight away. And if you are constipated, if you have diarrhea, make sure you're eating lots of fiber, because that's what's going to bind your stool. It's going to make it nice and compact, and it's going to make you regular.
Do you think that if you had gone back to animal products, you would then again have this condition?
Well, I did go back to animal products initially, and it showed me the true path, really, because when I went back to eating animal products, I did get my symptoms back. So my body did go into a flare. However, I got myself out of that through a plant-based diet. And after doing that, I said, hey, no, I'm going back to those foods that create the problem in the first place. It gave me a really good wake-up call. And I was like, right. And I saw the science, and I read up on the science, and I said, well, I don't want to increase my risk of heart disease, diabetes, some cancers, stroke, Alzheimer's, and carbon footprint, and obviously the animals. And so I became vegan as well during that time initially, because I saw just the suffering that happened with these animals, and I was like, I don't want to be a part of this. I don't want to pay someone to kill animals. So I mean, it's amazing when you eat these beautiful foods and you're thriving. You're thriving with plant foods, and I can't say to people enough that if you get onto this lifestyle and if you stick to it, you will see the light at the end of the tunnel. And if you're persistent, you will get it, and if you're consistent, you will keep it.
I love that. So it's not just about being vegan, though, right, Shamiz? Because if you had adopted a junk food vegan diet, your colon probably would not have healed, at least to the degree that it did with
definitely. I think so. And look, with the vegan junk food and things like that, it's purely ethical. It's not healthy to eat these foods. The oils, the processed foods, they're not something you want to go to if your gut is damaged. Yes, the animals aren't being tortured and killed. However, don't torture yourself. Make sure that you eat the right foods and you create a beautiful symbiosis with your gut and eat the beautiful plant foods. And it's not to say that I don't eat pizzas or burgers or processed food. I do have that once in a while. I'm not so strict. However, I want to feel the best, and I want to put the best stuff in my body. So 80 to 90% of the time, I'm going to be eating whole food plant-based diet, and occasionally have some pizzas and burgers that occasionally it's good to have, just to keep you sane and enjoy your life, basically.
But these are plant-based pizzas and burgers.
Plant-based pizzas and burgers. Yes.
Yeah. Well, that's the interesting thing, because sometimes when people have a serious condition, it makes it easier for them to stick to the diet, because they know if they step out of line, they'll get symptoms. And like you say, people, once they're feeling good, they want to continue to feel their best.
Of course. And not to say that, if I go and eat things, all the time, I'm probably going to get some sort of issue. It may not be colitis again, but my gut is going to definitely feel it. And, you don't want to do that. And that's the thing. Like, a lot of people say, oh, you can't eat what you want anymore. But it's not about what I can't and cannot eat. It's what I want to eat to feel the best. And, I'm setting myself up for a half marathon this November. You know, and so I'm training my body up. So I want to put the best fuel in my body to kind of get me to a good place. And you know, I couldn't do this on junk food. I'm doing about 26 miles a week at this point, and it's just going to progressively go up. But I would have never ever imagined doing the training that I am today, even before I had colitis. I couldn't have run around the block, let alone, you know, I mean, now it's just like, you know, it's just so easy to do the training that I'm doing, and even with, you know, having these gut issues, people don't realize. I mean, like I can't do this. You know, if I still had colitis, I wouldn't be able to go and run around the block and run so much that I'm doing right now, because I would have to be worrying about toilet all the time, and so, you know, it's incredible that the I guess the physical aspect, the performance aspect of the plant-based diet works wonders as well, and obviously you guys know that, you know, obviously Rich Roll and many other plant-based athletes that are out there that, you know, are showing the way of how to get the athletic performance. And the Game Changers, for example, was a terrific documentary that, you know, really does speak volumes, and yeah, it's amazing.
Did any of the doctors ever give an explanation how you got ulcerative colitis in the first place, especially at such a young age?
Yeah, no, they didn't. No, nothing. So they said, they asked me like, oh, do your parents have it? Does any of your family members have it? And I said no, because a lot of people, I mean, a lot of doctors do think it's hereditary, and while there might be a small component to that, we can change that with a plant-based diet anyway. So, I mean, when we talk about hereditary, it's like, well, you're eating the same thing as your parents, so you're probably going to end up with the same disease, you know. So that's why, you know, they asked me that, I believe. So you can change your genes, you know, on a plant-based diet. So I think Gregor has talked about that a lot. So
Why do you think you got it?
well, it's interesting. I mean, I have many reasons for that. I do believe one of them is to inspire a lot of people. I mean, my parents are both plant-based now. They are both 60 plus. They're on no medications at all. They actually have just gone out for a bike ride. They do 20 kilometers a day, every day. And they absolutely love their life so much. I have influenced my extended family as well. Obviously, my brother, his family are all plant-based. And it was a huge blessing for me, because if I didn't do this, you know, I would have been really sick and unhealthy. And whoever it was that led me to this path, I'm so grateful for living this beautiful new life that I have. And, you know, if I can inspire one person, then I can inspire all. So, yeah, it's fantastic to say what I'm saying. And if someone gets inspired by this, you know, amazing. That's my work done, you know.
Yeah. I almost feel like your slogan should be saving the world a colon at a time.
That's a great statement, actually. I'd love to use that someday.
Yes, please do. I used to be an advertising copywriter, and I think about my friend, and I know how his life is. And the worst part isn't so much that he lost the colon, but that he got the information too late. That's what made it so sad.
And if someone is watching this, if you're watching this, you know, just get help if you need it, and go on to a plant-based diet. It's going to save your life, like it has for so many other people.
Do you still have to get regular checkups with a GI doctor or colonoscopies, or for all intents and purposes, you're healed?
Yeah, so I do talk to my doctor, and we do regular blood tests, and he actually says, well, you don't actually need to do a colonoscopy. Your blood tests are fine, and you know, you have no symptoms, so no point in going into the theater to get it checked. And I think I've done calprotectin tests, I've done stool tests, and they're all fine. So he's pretty happy with that. And of course, I don't like to do a colonoscopy. I did 4, and it's not a nice procedure. And I don't like doing the prep and all that kind of stuff either. So I'm just happy the way I am. And, you know, I know that my body is being fueled with the right fuel, and my gut microbiome is on point. I've even gone to the point of showing my stool on YouTube for education purposes, because it's I think it's very important that we know what the benchmark is for what your stool should look like. I think Gregor came out with a video about digestive health, and you know, regular bowel movements 3 times a day is what you want to be aiming for to clean out the bowels. So I think it's important, and I show everything of my life from what I eat on Instagram as well. You'll be seeing everything that I eat every single day.
Well, I thought I watched a bunch of your videos, but I didn't see the one where you showed your poop. So believe me, I'm gonna, because I'm very fascinated with that. Because one of the things is I want to normalize talking about poop.
Exactly.
Because people with GI diseases have so much shame. Hey, everybody poops. Hello, everybody poops. And that's why every guest on this summit, well, unfortunately, you're not in the country, so I don't know if I could send it to you. I get them a little mug that has the Bristol stool scale on it.
Yep.
I'm a 4, by the way. What are you?
Well, I don't know. I think the Bristol stool chart is a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. I think I use yeah. So if you look at my video, you'll know what number
Okay.
I am. But I think I don't tend to use that chart as much because when you eat fruit, it's actually a different kind of bowel movement, and actually you'll know when you have this beautiful bowel movement, it feels like so much better than what you've probably ever experienced, and that's the same with me. Like I didn't know what good digestion was, and after I started to eat fruit and lots of beautiful vegetables as well, and I found that my digestion just kept getting better and better and better, and yeah, it's fantastic.
That's fine. Do you eat a lot of kiwi by any chance? Because some of the dietitians on the summit really recommend eating kiwi with the skin on, especially for people that have the opposite problem you had, constipation.
I definitely do eat lots of kiwi fruit. Gold kiwis are my favorites. I know the green ones are a little bit more beneficial for microbiome, but I certainly love the gold ones. And obviously, being in Kiwi country in New Zealand, we get a lot. And at one point in season, I think the season just finished, but I was getting boxes and boxes of kiwi fruit, and I don't know, if you were watching my stories before. So next time this year, you'll be seeing my stories, and I'll be eating, tons and tons of kiwi fruit, just like Robbie. Robbie eats the fruit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great. When you were holding up your hand, you were talking about diet, sleep, exercise. The 5th thing you mentioned was stress. Did you find you were under undue stress when this occurred? And did that play a part at all for you?
Yes, I do think it plays a role. So I do think it triggers a lot of symptoms as well for some people. And I think that we can't, just let that go. We need to work on our mindset and, be mindful of what is around us. And I think while I was in hospital, there was a lot of stress, not knowing what to do. And, when I came out of hospital, there was also another type of stress, which was me victimizing myself and, not being able to eat other things or other people eating. And that's where I think support comes in. So my family supported me a lot when I was going through this. So they ate actually what I needed to eat in order to heal my gut. And now, we eat everything together, which is fantastic. But I do think that it is a massive component when you're shifting to this life, because you may not see the results straight away. When you go into a plant-based diet, it's not the magic pill that you think it is, because it takes a long time to heal the body. It's a long-term solution. So we have a saying that you have short-term grief for long-term relief. And that's the key here, is that you need to understand that it's a long-term solution. It's not going to suddenly change your symptoms straight away. And it's not about symptom relief either. You want to actually treat the root cause of the problem, which is overload and toxins, and a lot of inflammation and things like that. So you want to address those things by eating the right foods to then allow the body to heal itself. And that's the key here. So, yeah.
It's true. It's not a quick fix. Talking to some of the experts on this summit, people, for example, with IBS, they've suffered sometimes for more than 14 years. So it doesn't happen overnight. How long does it take, though, with Crohn's and ulcerative colitis for people to start feeling better if they follow your protocol?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's one of those things where we have to analyze the situation. Different people have different severity of disease too. So, and the length of time of how long they've had it for, the amount of immunosuppressant drugs that they've taken, the amount of medicines they've taken. Immunosuppressants are actually quite harmful. I mean, we do know that, it's not the best drug to be on because of all the side effects, etc. as well. But 1 to 3 months is generally when we see people getting the results. So it is an investment that you have to take in terms of your health. And time is not an issue. I say that don't expect anything from your body, because if you expect something from your body and you don't achieve that, then you're going to be unhappy. So just go with the flow. Understand what your body's actually trying to do here. And once your body starts to come around, you will notice good things happening. And, you'll see that light at the end of the tunnel. It will get brighter and brighter as you go along. 1 to 3 months generally, but it's important to obviously work with someone that knows what they're talking about and knows what they're doing. Because I've been through it, I understand what you guys are going to be going through, and it's very easy for me to coach people along the way, mentally and physically.
Yeah, it's just that we live in a society now with immediacy. People want results right now.
Correct. And that's why I do a consultation for free for anyone out there that is willing to do this. The reason I talk to them for free is because I need to know whether they have what it takes to heal themselves. And if they don't have that, if they want that quick fix, then I'm not really going to work with them, am I? So I really do want to help as many people as I can, but they have to be on board. They have to understand what their body may go through. And that's why, it's important to understand that it's not a quick fix, especially with gut issues, because it's decades and decades of damage that you've been causing to your body, and it can't just happen in a month or a week. It's never going to happen. Some people may see that, but majority of the people do take a bit longer than that to heal themselves. So, and it's also about sticking to the foods. Once you get in a good place, you don't want to get carried away and eat things that you shouldn't. And that's something that needs to be coached as well along the way, because a lot of people can get carried away and they will eat something. They're like, oh, I'm feeling good today. And then they go and eat something they shouldn't. And then, they may get like a return of some symptoms, and then it's like, oh, it doesn't work. You've got to have more patience.
It works as long as you keep doing it. That's the thing. And that's the same thing when I work with people for weight loss. They want to be thin tomorrow.
Exactly. And, you're not... I mean, some people can get those results pretty quick, but it's not the majority. And I think you have to work on yourself with so many aspects. Those 5 things that we said, those things are really important to understand how your body is going to move forward and heal whatever condition that you have, whether it's type 2 diabetes, whether it's heart disease, whether it's Alzheimer's, whether it's, cancer, some cancers, for example, like you have to work with your body, and you have to understand that it takes time to reverse disease.
Absolutely. So best to prevent it in the first place, if at all possible, right? With a whole food plant-based diet.
Prevention is the next best cure.
It had to be scary enough being so young without your family in a hospital, but to be in another country where you really didn't speak the language. Did you ever get in touch with the doctor from Japan and say, hey, look, I'm better?
Yeah, unfortunately, my doctor had come from Tokyo. I was living in a place called Sendai. He had come all the way from Tokyo to fill in. And so I do have his email address. And one day when I go back to Japan, I will contact him. It's just really hard to communicate with people in Japan through email. And again, if I'm not there living, in front of him, it's very hard for someone to believe that. So I'll go back to Japan one day and get in contact with him and talk to him about it. And hopefully he may change his views, and maybe he has looked at the science. I don't know. But there was actually a lot of science. Dr. Chiba actually, had done a lot of studies about Crohn's disease and how, remission rates are a lot better with plant-based diets and vegetarian diets. So there was the information there available, but I think we need to keep looking at the nutrition more, because that doctor didn't look at nutrition in any way or form. So, I will go back one day and talk to him about my journey, and hopefully that comes sooner rather than later. But I'd love to do that for sure.
It's mind-blowing to me how, and it's not the doctor's fault because they get very little nutritional training in medical school, but it's bad enough that doctors in general don't think what you eat matters, but that a GI doctor in particular would think it doesn't matter.
Well, that's what I don't understand either, because if you've got a gut issue, it's definitely something what you're putting inside that's creating that issue, And so to kind of just disregard diet, I think is a very rookie thing to do, and especially when you're, you know, a specialist and you actually look at the GI tract for your whole life. You know, you study that, and so yeah, I think it is quite sad, really, to not actually have that as a main component of your, you know, when you're looking at when you're examining people as well. You know, like, you need to talk about diet for sure. I mean, they do say, like, spicy food and things like that. Don't eat chilies, don't eat spices, and stay away from some foods. But they don't necessarily say, you know, go to the fiber, for example. They always say, go to the white bread or white pasta. You know, that might relieve your symptoms. But again, it's not about symptom relief. It's about the root cause of the problem, and that's what we should be talking about.
Is the prevailing belief for people with Crohn's and ulcerative colitis a certain diet? Like, for example, in IBS, they often give people a low FODMAP diet. Is there one particular diet that is the prevailing view right now?
Well, I do believe it's the whole food plant-based diet. I think that if you look at the science behind, you know, the plants, I think all indicates towards eating more fruits and vegetables. Fruit specifically, we like to advise more fruit because it can be very comfortable on the GI tract, and it can minimize symptoms drastically. Like pain, for example, can go away pretty quick with things like bananas, and that's something that's very significant, because pain is something that's really what triggers and hurts a lot of people when they're going through this. I mean, you know, bowel movements aside, pain is something that's really hard to deal with. So, you know, getting in the papayas, getting in the fruit and the starches like sweet potatoes and pumpkin and all those foods are really good. Now, I think the low FODMAPs it's a short-term thing, isn't it? It's not a long-term thing. So
well, a lot of the doctors on the summit advise against it because of nutritional deficiencies, but it seems to be a go-to diet for that's what some GI doctors prescribe. And I was wondering if with Crohn's and ulcerative colitis, what the mainstream doctors were telling these patients to eat.
Do you mean that the just doctors in general, or do you
the doctor? Because I know what you're prescribing is what I would agree with. But what, like, in the hospital, you said they gave you like porridge and a raw egg.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they understand that has such significance to how the outcome of healing a disease. And I think it's just the nutritionists and things, the team of dietitians and nutritionists in the hospital, I don't think also understand that it's not about protein. And that's what was kind of enforced when I was going through my hospital phase, was that they were really concentrating on the protein for some reason. And I think there is so much misinformation about protein these days. It's just, I think it's so irrelevant. And you know, that's what she kept telling me, like, you know, where are you going to get your protein from? And so yeah, I don't think they fully understand nutrition. I mean, they're not taught to you know, look at nutrition in med school, and I think that's it's lacking, you know. And the whole 6 years of studying, I think, you know, there's got to be some component of that. And I think in US, I think they do have Dr. Neil Barnard's lifestyle medicine pack, and I think I was actually working with a client, and you know, they do receive a lifestyle medicine pack which talks about type 2 diabetes, heart disease reversal and prevention. But I think he said that there's no exam on it, so they don't bother looking at this book. So that needs to be pushed a lot more. And I think it's being pushed a lot more in the US, but I think around the world it needs to be pushed even more as well. I mean,
Yeah.
we all know that there's a lot of money in all this behind the scenes, and that's probably one of the reasons why it may not be there. But you know, we need to push fruits and vegetables when healing and when wanting to reverse disease, for sure.
Well, you know, you had mentioned that given the right conditions, the body knows how to heal, but there really is no money in self-healing.
Exactly. I mean, the broccoli industry, right? Like, and that's the problem that I see with today's world, is that it's, you know, there's a lot of money behind all these treatments and all these surgical procedures, and it really does grind my gears sometimes when I talk to clients and they're like, oh, but my doctor didn't, you know, my doctor said this and this, and I'm like, well, you know, who do you trust, and who do you want to get better? Like, is he or she gonna be, you know, telling you to eat your diet, or are they going to prescribe more drugs on top of the drugs that didn't work for you in the first place? And that's my worry there, is there any kind of, like, are you prescribing these drugs just for the sake of it, or is there an agenda behind it, or what is going on? And some of the plant-based doctors are actually amazing because they get rid of that prescription pad, and that's what Dr. McDougall says, is that throw away those prescription pads and go to the food. He's so confident in saying that, and I think John McDougall, he's my hero because he stands up for people like me, because people like me, I was struggling. And this is why I do, I do have a sore spot for medical doctors, because when I went through the hospital visit, they didn't do anything for me. And this is for so many people out there. They didn't do anything for me. And I wish, they knew more about it. And that's where John McDougall comes in, because when I heard him speak in the many lectures that he's spoken, and there's so much amount of research that he's been able to do, he stands up for people like me, because he's also been through it himself. Him having a stroke at 18, he knows what it's like to have disease, and it's not a nice place to be in. And so if there was a solution to this, which there is, we know, why aren't we pushing this? And that's where, I feel really a bit annoyed and frustrated sometimes when doctors suggest that no, diet has nothing to do with it. Because for people like me that struggled so much, it's just completely wiped away. And there's so many others also that struggle along the way, and they're not given that solution that we know what works. And
Right.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Well, that's why you have your YouTube channel, and that's why we're doing this summit, so more people will get this information. Having suffered myself for years with GI conditions from the top to the bottom and everywhere in between, I have a lot of empathy for people that are suffering, because other conditions, not that they're not serious, like heart disease and diabetes, they don't, like you say, necessarily cause like pain all the time, like the way GI symptoms do, or fear about not finding a bathroom. So having suffered for so long yourself, what would you say to somebody with any kind of a GI situation that's pretty much given up hope?
Well, I would tell them that there is hope, and please watch the testimonials that we have, that all these other people are also creating a life for themselves, because in the end, it is about yourself. You can't rely on other people to heal you, because it's your own body. You have to heal yourself. And if you take inspiration from all these other people that are succeeding in their lives, you can succeed too. And that's why I do believe successful people are successful, because they never give up, and they keep going until they get to the point where they succeed. And take inspiration from all these amazing people that are out there telling their stories to you. And one of my favorite, one of the most influential people for me when I was going through my journey was Lance Armstrong. He had been through so much for his health, and getting testicular cancer, and the cancer actually spreading to his lungs and his brain. And for me to kind of be like, how did he get out of it? And his condition was so much worse than mine. And I'm thinking, how did he do what he did? Get back on the bike, get as fit as he ever was, and continue doing what he did. So I think that was huge for me. And by taking someone like that, it honestly pushes you to your limit, and it makes you understand that your life is worth living. It's not, it doesn't have to be sad and miserable all the time. You can get out of this.
What about people that have already lost their colon? Is there any way to help them at all?
Well, definitely. Well, interesting you say that, because we had a person approach us with a J pouch, and he actually said, "Hey, I'm doing this paleo thing," and obviously, keto and paleo right now is pretty, pretty significant today, because it's a lot of people are getting results, whatever, but it's short-term results. And so after he started to do this, he kind of started to get worse, especially with his GI issues. And I told him, I said, please get off the keto diet right now. It's not going to do anything for your gut. And so he started to incorporate more plant foods, and he did go through what's called a detoxification, or he did, get increased symptoms as his body is cleansing and clearing out all the crap that he's been eating from the past. And so there was a little bit of, being uncomfortable. However, when he turned the corner, he's feeling the best he's ever felt. His all his blood markers are the best they've ever been throughout his whole journey. And so for someone like some people that have J pouches out there, still eat the fruits and vegetables. They're still going to be good for you, and they're still going to give you the nutrition that you require. Yes, your bowel movements are never going to be perfect, but he said to me that, while his bowel movements are not always, good and amazing because he doesn't have a colon, they're so much better than he was. Like that the build up is not there anymore that he used to find, not eating fruits and vegetables, and energy levels, and he's back at the gym now, and he's even more powerful and stronger than ever. So it works for people that don't have colon as well. You just got to get your head around it. You got to make sure that you get the information that you need to kind of get better, and that's why I do recommend a little bit more fruit based to kind of soothe the GI tract.
Fantastic. So Shamiz, what is the truth about GI health?
Well, I think the truth is that the body is a self-healing mechanism, and it's a self-healing marvel, and we underestimate the body a lot. And given the right conditions, the body will do the job, and the body will do its work. And so when you are in a state of dis-ease, okay, when you give your body the right conditions, you put yourself back into ease. And that's how simple it can get. It doesn't need to be complicated. You don't need to take all these different protein powders or supplements or pills. Just give the body the right condition and it will heal itself.
Beautifully said. Thank you, Shamiz. And keep on saving the world a colon at a time.
Thank you so much, Chef AJ. It was a pleasure to be here. And, thank you so much for creating what you create in this movement. And, it's been amazing. So thank you so much for having me.
And my pleasure. And thank you for the work you're doing. Well, if that wasn't moving, I don't know what is. And I really do encourage you for that one to at least look at some of the photos that he had when you watch the video, which is available in about an hour. The videos are always available for about 20 hours after the day's live audio broadcast ends, because he has proof about how bad his ulcerative colitis was. He has photos of his colonoscopy. They will blow you away. What an incredible young man. And I love how he said Dr. McDougall is my hero, because he stands up for people like me. And I agree, Dr. McDougall is a hero, and he's going to be on the summit on the very last day. Ulcerative colitis, very, very serious disease, inflammation of the large intestine. Normally the treatment is antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. He was only 23 years old in the hospital for 6 weeks in another country. Bloody diarrhea 40 times a day. Can you imagine that his colitis went from mild to ulcerative, and his weight went from 72 kilos to 42 kilos? That's like 88 pounds. And, he was on these immunosuppressive drugs and something very much like dialysis, but it wasn't getting him any better. It wasn't even treating the root cause. And then he found a book by Dr. David Klein that helped him, and he embraced a plant-based diet. And again, realized that what the doctors have said on previous days is there may not be one perfect version of the plant-based diet for you and your unique microbiome and set of conditions, but there's always going to be some version of the plant-based diet that you can use in healing yourself of these GI conditions, or just optimizing your GI health in general. But I had to laugh when the doctor said the meds are finally working. That's exactly what happens in all the recovery cases of a plant-based diet, whether it's heart disease or autoimmune disease or diabetes or cancer. That's what they said. And a lot of times the people, they don't even take the meds, like in this case. I like that Shamiz talked about the mental component, how important it is to healing. And I love his quote that the best kept secret in medicine is that the body is self-healing when you give it the right conditions. The right conditions are a whole food plant-based diet, eating the majority of your calories, like most Americans eat 97% of their calories from animal products and these ultra-processed foods. That is never going to be the right condition for a body to thrive or heal or even grow. And think about, we're feeding these foods to children. And if one kind of fiber doesn't work for you, try another kind of fiber. But again, adding fiber on McDonald's, it's never going to work. But I mean, all those colonoscopies, and I'll tell you, I've had two. They are not a nice procedure, like he said, and amazing how they couldn't even do it. He was so inflamed. But you've got to see those pictures. They will blow you away. And like so many of the other experts, diet, sleep, exercise, it's not a difficult formula. It may not be easy for everyone to embrace, but it really is that simple. I love how he said short-term grief for long-term relief. And that's what it might be like for some of you transitioning off of all these toxic, addictive, high-fat animal products and processed foods. But I'll tell you, I've never met anybody who said it wasn't worth it. And again, it's not about symptom relief. It's about solving the problem. We do not have a pill for every ill, especially for GI disease, because most people that have it have had it for a long time, and it can take a little longer, as Dr. Clapper says, to turn that ship around. But fruit is very comfortable for people with these conditions like ulcerative colitis. And again, there's always going to be some version of the plant-based diet that you can do. And so many of these experts, like I mentioned, can do consults with you, or they may be in your area. You can see them. And if you want to glean this knowledge over and over or share it with a friend, consider investing in the Summit package, where you get the transcripts that are written out. So it's very easy to look things up, as well as the audio and video downloads and many wonderful bonuses, including a couple of yoga classes that I teach, which we learned from Dr. Tillage is very good, not just for stress, but for gut health. So today we will end the day with Dr. Ron Rice, who is a regenerative farmer and a medical doctor. And you're going to have your mind blown when you find out that the soil has its own microbiome, and the way we're raising food today is not very helpful to our gut and to our health in general. He's going to talk about the hidden link, how our environment and our food sources actually change our microbiome. Please welcome to the summit, Dr. Ron Weiss. Hi, Dr. Weiss, and welcome to the GI Health Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello, thank you for having me.
It is my pleasure. Dr. Weiss, what does farming have to do with gut health?
Everything. Everything. I think probably from the onset, perhaps, I think people probably get a good feeling when they find out that our medical practice is in the middle of a farm, but maybe the direct connections are not exactly obvious. And if I can best state that direct connection, it's that, we have, my practice is in the middle of this 300-year-old working farm, which is about an hour west of Manhattan in northern New Jersey. It's called Ethos Farm. And on this farm, we have restored and continue to restore the soils. And we see our main job on this farm as not growing food. We see it as growing soil organisms. We see our primary project as growing and rehabilitating and restoring the microbiome of the soil. And then that is transmitted to the food we grow and to human health and to the human microbiome.
So it makes a difference where your food is grown.
It does, definitely. So there are large surveys that show that as agriculture has changed over the past 100 years in the United States, the microbiome, which is the trillions and trillions of microorganisms that are within a tablespoon of soil, that has changed radically, and not for the good. That the diversity of these microorganisms has gone down, the numbers and the kinds have changed. And oddly enough, at the same time, when we look at human microbiome complements in the colon, which, by the way, are the richest on the earth. People think that soil has a lot of bacteria in it, right? The human colon beats out the soil. And so when we look at the trajectory of measurement of the human gut microbiome, that has a parallel decrease in diversity as the soil biodiversity has decreased. And so people are wondering if there is a connection. And we think that there probably is a connection between the soil microbiome and the human gut microbiome. And as time goes on, we are now suspecting that this connection is vital. And as we continue to destroy our soils, we will destroy our health. I'm always thinking of that old saying, from dust to dust, right? Which actually comes from the Old Testament. And it alludes to the fact that human beings come from the soil. We come from the ground, and we return to the ground. And one of my favorite figures that I've learned tremendous amounts from was a man by the name of Sir Albert Howard. Sir Albert Howard was a gentleman who did critical work from the 1890s until just up until World War II. And he's today considered the father, if there could be one, of organic agriculture. And the way he figured into this is that for 50 years or so, he did critical work on compost. And he established, as the age of chemical agriculture was rising, that recharging soils in which you grow food with waste, with the animal waste or human waste or whatever waste that contained microorganisms, was essential to growing healthy food. And to not only that, but to providing these microorganisms would provide a special protection for the plants in as far as disease resistance, so that you would not need chemicals like pesticides or insecticides to spray on these plants, because they derived some sort of power from these microorganisms, the power to defend themselves and to fight back diseases. And so I remember in his book, he has a couple of books, but the most famous one is called An Agricultural Testament. He begins by talking about how Mother Nature is the greatest farmer. And you can see her work on the prairies, in the fields, in the forests, and in the ocean. And he talks about how death and waste, which is waste products from our guts, enter the soil. The soil, that waste is then moves through the soil, and then the life that we derive ourselves from and build ourselves are grown in the soil. It goes back into us, and in a never-ending cycle. And I think what has happened in the past 100 years with industrial agriculture is we have broken, in many senses, almost irrevocably, that cycle, that death-life cycle. And we must always use that waste to supercharge. Remember what is coming out of us and out of our GI tract. It's fecal material that is filled with microorganisms. It must be returned to the soil. And there's a link between that living loop of the soil and the human gut and other animals and other plants. We're all connected through, almost like we have a super organism. It's like the soil and our guts are one organism, always exchanging molecules and bacteria and plasmids or pieces of DNA back and forth. That's the power of soil, and that's our connection to it through the microbiome.
Wow. So if there seems to be a relationship between the diversity of the microbiome of the soil and that of our guts, how do we improve the health and the diversity of both?
Well, because again, we come from the soil, we have to start with the soil. That's where we start. And that's why, about, when was it? 8 years ago, I closed my practice, which was in an urban area in New Jersey, actually the most densely populated city in the United States, twice the population density of New York City, which was, West New York in Hudson County in New Jersey, paved over, no soil at all, and I moved an hour west to this farm. So it begins with attention to the soil. I don't know how technical you want to get, but I can get pretty technical, but explain it in a way so that people can understand on what these techniques are to actually get these living organisms back into the soil, so then they can grow the great plants that our guts love, and then get some of those soil bacteria on the plants so we can eat them, and they can be like, the people take pills because the prebiotics or probiotics to charge their system. Those are not the probiotics. The probiotics are coming from the soil and they're on the plants themselves. So, for example, when I have somebody who I really want to help with probiotics, I don't tell them to go to the CVS and get a plastic bottle filled with white pills that come from a factory under sterile conditions. What I do is we send them to our farm stand, and we instruct the farmer to pull radishes or carrots out of our living soil, pack them in like maybe a gallon Ziploc bag with some of the soil. And so they're to keep this in their refrigerator in a dark, cool place, because these soil organisms don't want to be exposed to light. And then once a day, they pull out one of these root vegetables, don't cook it, don't wash it. I ask them to just manually wipe off the dirt so that they're getting supercharged by these soil organisms, and then eat the unpeeled radish or the carrot. I know people may think that I am nuts and I'm going to cause, some kind of dysentery or cholera is going to sweep through New Jersey, but you have to remember, farmers have been doing this for thousands of years. People, when we're out in the field, we don't wash off the produce. We just pick it and we eat it. It's unwashed. Yeah, that's a specific proscription that we give to patients when we're concerned about maybe they've got microbial disorganization. I know there are, just for those of us who are eating conventional produce versus organic or regeneratively grown produce, we already know that there is a completely different microbial community, an ecosystem on regeneratively grown produce versus that produce which is grown with biocides or pesticides, insecticides, fungicides. Right? And you would expect that because these agents are killing life, microorganisms. For example, Roundup, for example, the chemical name is glyphosate, is one of the, probably the most common weed killer that is used in conventional agriculture to kill weeds. It was originally produced as an antibiotic when it was invented by the Japanese decades ago. So yes, we don't use it directly as an antibiotic, but it does kill bacteria in the soil. So any produce that is grown in fields with that that chemical has a significantly negative impact on the soil life, and then it will have a significantly negative impact on our life and our gut. So, I mean, if you like, I can get into maybe the specifics of what we do to actually build up this soil life, because that's the secret to building up your gut microbiome. And by the way, these are things that everyone, you don't have to be a farmer to do it. You can do it at home in your garden.
Okay, but you're okay at your garden. I was just going to say, not everybody has a garden. Most people go to the store and buy produce. So what do we do?
And then what you do is you don't go to the store, go to your local farmer's market and identify, because I'm a believer in sustainable supply chains and supporting local farmers, because we need this in this time. So identify a local farmer. I mean, I know in big cities, they always, and in towns even, we have farmers coming in for farmers market. And what you can do is you can interview the farmer and ask them what their methods are. If you hear the words regenerative, that means that they're doing a great job. Not necessarily organic, but regenerative, which means that the farmer, think about this. Farming is like a mining operation, right? You're taking soil. Remember I said we're connected to the soil, right? It has everything that we need in it. Our bodies are built out of the soil. When you grow things without being mindful, grow food from the soil, you plant stuff in the soil and then take it out. You harvest it and you walk off the field with all the nutrients of the soil. You must always be mindful of restoring it and putting those nutrients back. It's a hard job. And conventionally grown produce does not do that. It just keeps mining and mining and mining until after a few years, you can continue to grow stuff with the assistance of life support chemicals, putting natural gas in the soil, a lot of pesticides, insecticides. But what is delivered in the food stuff that's taken out of that field? And what happens to the person that's eating that? I think, it doesn't have as good an effect as things that are coming from a restored or regenerative soil, where the soils have been regenerated intentionally. And the prime way to do that is by paying attention to the soil microbiome. So would you like to know specifically how you can do that?
I would, and I'd also like to know, so you're saying that regenerative is not necessarily organic. Is organic necessarily regenerative? Because I've never seen that word on a package. I've seen organic on a package, but I've never seen...
You're going to see it soon because it's coming. So I'll give you just a little history. On our farm here, we partner with the Rodale Institute, which is in about 45 minutes northwest of us in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. Some of you may be familiar with Rodale because the Rodale Press, which came out of the Rodale Institute, was the publisher of Prevention Magazine for many years. I think they just sold it off. They jettisoned that publication maybe a year or two ago. But the Rodale Institute invented the word organic as it applies to food and agriculture. And what happened was the federal government, the USDA, approached Rodale in the 1980s and said, hey, we want to create procedures and sort of a certification that we can certify this organic way of growing food so the customers know that they don't have dangerous chemicals on them and they're grown with these high standards. And that's where you see this USDA green circle, USDA certified, organic. However, in the process, I think things got watered down a little bit. And the USDA certification was not true to the original intent of Rodale, its founders, and it does allow for some broad spectrum killing agents. For example, I can tell you like pyrethrum, which comes from chrysanthemums, which is a very toxic agent, is an approved agent, which you can kill all kinds of insects with and spraying it on your organic certified stuff, and it'll still be organic, but it's very toxic to human health. Like if you go into Home Depot and get a home insecticide spray, first ingredient's pyrethrin. It says if you get it on you, go to the hospital, wash off your hands, call the doctors, it's toxic. So this is an approved agent. Rodale was understandably very upset by this. There are other things that have to do with organic certification too, which are not, a recent thing was that, which is organic, the core organic growers really did not like. And that was, for example, hydroponically grown produce now got the organic certification. In other words, just plants grown in water with some minerals and fertilizers can be certified organic. And, philosophically, the true organic growers don't believe that that's wrong. And the reason why is because plants evolved over millions of years to be in soil, not in water. So they can't build themselves correctly to give health to us. The microorganisms that we just talked about are not in water. So at least the ones that should be with plants. So in any event, because of those reasons, Rodale now created, out of their terminology, which they sort of invented in the 1970s and 80s, the term regenerative. And that refers to that, what I just told you, that methods must be applied to the soil and the growing of food that regenerate and restore the milieu from which the food is coming. That's not necessarily true of organic. So for example, when you go into the store and buy some cherry tomatoes in February that come from Mexico, they may be grown in sand, not in a particularly rich soil. They may have chemical fertilizers that are applied to them, which are organically certified, and they may be sprayed with insecticides that come from chrysanthemum plants. They may be utilizing precious water resources from the drying up Colorado River. Maybe the water is contaminated with heavy metals. None of this is taken into consideration in organic certification. So what is now occurring is that Rodale is creating this regenerative organic. In order to have this, a farmer must be first certified organic with the USDA, and then on top of that, they can be certified regenerative organic. So there are many great small farmers in our country, and they're already practicing these regenerative techniques. And it all comes from building soil microbiome. All of it comes from that. We all pay attention to that first. And that is the basis of regeneration.
That's incredible, because I don't think many people, I didn't know that they could use any chemicals, toxic chemicals, and call it organic.
Yes. In fact, for example, all these beautiful looking apples that we get from Washington State that are organic. Do you remember in the old days, do you remember like when you got an organic apple, like in the 70s or 80s, it was like, ooh, it's really rough looking. It had spots all over it. And, it was like really small. Nowadays, you go into Whole Foods and you get organic apples. They look just as big, shiny, and blemish-free as the conventional apples, don't they? Well, it's because they can spray them with tetracycline, which is an antibiotic, which, they spray the orchards with, which then gets on the apples and then it gets in us. So they're certified organic. So there's a lot of stuff it can be used that kills in organic certified stuff. Our fields here are certified organic, but we never use any killing agents. We only use, what we try to do is we use methods that always promote life in the soil And then if we have problems with a bad actor, we try to use natural methods to suppress or to increase the competitors, the good competitors, so that they can crowd out the bad. That's what we do. We don't use killing agents.
So are you telling me that these chemicals that are with the food when they're grown that are apparently even in some organic produce, they can't be washed off, right? Even with an expensive fruit and vegetable wash, you're still going to be eating those chemicals.
To some degree, yes. I mean, I'm not sure of the specifics of pyrethrin, which is probably the #1 organic pesticide used, but this is absolutely true with conventional pesticides, conventionally approved pesticides. You know, we know that people who eat conventional produce versus those who only eat organic produce, if you check their urine, you can see pesticides, many of them flowing out of the urine. As soon as they switch to, produce that's not grown with pesticides, the urine levels drop to 0.
Wow. So where something is grown, how it's grown, it's hard to believe that this can affect our gut. So many people have gut issues, and I don't think they're making a connection.
I don't think so. So that's why you have to remember something. And we're at the dawn of understanding about this. Can you imagine? Let's take this glyphosate issue for a second, right? Which is Roundup. So we know that it was developed as an antibiotic to kill bacteria, right? And so if you're eating conventional produce that has this glyphosate on it, couldn't it kill the bacteria in your gut? Which bacteria in your gut is it killing? Don't know. So that's why we recommend, I'm sure it is having some kind of effect, because that's what it is supposed to do. We know there are early investigations saying that have demonstrated that pesticides, or I like to group them into one category called biocides. And it was Rachel Carson, the great environmentalist, who was basically responsible for creating our Environmental Protection Agency. It was created due to her work. She used that term, and she put in that classification of biocides all of the killing agents, the chemicals that kill funguses, like fungicides, the agents that kill bacteria, like antibiotics, the agents that kill insects, like insecticides, the agents that kill plants, herbicides. They're all biocides. And there is now, some early evidence that these biocides, even if you use, let's say, a fungicide, like we do have funguses that make up our microbiome. We don't know a lot about them, but when you eat an orange, right, or something that's been packed, let's say a pomegranate at this time of the year, that's not organic. If you look at the crates, they're all sprayed with this fungicide. You peel the pomegranate, the fungicide gets on your hands, and then you take the seeds, you put them in your mouth. That fungicide is ending up in your gut microbiome. And we're beginning to realize that this does have an effect on these organisms down there. We're trying to catalog them and basically try to find out more about it. But I don't think it could be good.
I'm just thinking what people are thinking when they hear this, because we're so trying to get them to eat more plants in general, eat more fiber. And now we're telling them, but now organic might not even be good enough. And I want people to be aware, but I also don't want to scare them.
Well, I think here's what and I'm not saying look, you have to be practical also, right? And you have to eat. So in my mind, I have a hierarchy. The hierarchy is this. If you have no choice, just eat plants. Eat plants that are grown with with pesticides and fungicides, whatever, because they're still vastly superior to eating foods that come from animals. Even organically raised animal foods, vastly superior. So you can always be comfortable in that knowledge. And you know what? They'll, reverse coronary artery disease. They'll take away autoimmune diseases. They will help, tremendously overcome all of this raft of chronic disease that we have. However, if you want to get a step up, okay, the next thing would be organic certified, because not all of us all the time can have access to this high level grown food. And so I think the best that we can do across a broad spectrum is when we go into supermarkets, at least we have this, these procedures that we know are followed, where the agents that are used are very limited on these vegetables, and sometimes none at all. I'm not saying that all the time like pyrethrin is used. A lot of organic farmers only use it if they have to. And then, of course, the highest level is regenerative. So, and I think, there are more implications to this, which we can talk about. I view this as more important beyond ourselves in eating, because I see the choice of eating food that's grown without chemicals as being a decision that's being made for our children and grandchildren. Because as I noted before, when soil is mined and not restored or not regenerated through poor agricultural techniques, we're destroying the soil of the planet. We're losing our soil. The next generation or so will not have any food at all, no matter what it is, based on these practices. And of course, then there's the threatening issue of climate change. We now know that when and this is the emergency that I'm talking about now. When I started practicing, it was cleaning out people's arteries, right? It was preventing cancer. It was taking away rheumatoid arthritis. This is not the triage emergency anymore. The triage emergency is planetary health and the carbon dioxide in the air and the extinction of species. And the major factor behind this is the use of chemical-based agriculture, destroying our soil. The Earth's soils emit 10 times the carbon into the atmosphere than all of the fossil fuels burned all over the world every year. So that's, in my mind, that's the best reason to take care of our soils and use these regenerative techniques.
Thank you. I appreciate that you said that even if somebody can only have access or afford conventional produce, it's still better than organic animal products. And would you say it's also still better than organic processed food?
Oh, absolutely. And absolutely. Oh, don't be fooled. If you go in and buy some organic blue corn tortilla chips with whatever, with canola oil on it, whatever, you are doing yourself great harm by eating that. It's better off to just go to the giant supermarket. I don't know what you have out there in California, Ralph's, and just go get the regular produce. And look, I don't want to get people down about this as far as their own health is concerned, but I want them to understand that we need to start turning around the situation of how we provide ourselves with food. And it needs to be greater than just in us, which is this microbiome. We have to start thinking about this microbiome reserve and this superorganism that we are connected to in the soil microbiome. We're losing it. We have to think about that.
What have you seen? People have to know you're not just a farmer, you're actually a medical doctor that sees patients. What have you seen in your patients in terms of gut health? Do you see a lot of problems there?
Well, yeah, the ones who are sick who come to me, yes. Their primary problem is, when I was telling someone before, when I first started off, as a, you know, as a plant-based doctor, and this is, you know, before we started to understand better about what the gut microbiome is, I just thought, like about 20 years ago, oh, kale, oh, just eat a lot of it because it's so strong, it's so powerful. Like I saw this happening with my father when he was reversing the size of his pancreatic tumor. And I didn't understand. I said, oh, it's because you're eating so much kale. And the kale is powerful, or you're eating so many lentils, and you're eating so much brown rice and seaweed. That's what's killing the cancer. And really, what it is that these whole plant foods were actually changing his microbiome and the gut microbiome. They were just feedstocks for the direct actors, which are the microbiome, which was catalyzing his health. So when we see people coming into the practice with all these health issues like obesity and high blood pressure and you know, coronary artery disease and diabetes, because, you know, it's a primary care practice, we see everything. We see all these things, multiple sclerosis. You know, by definition, they have a dysfunctional and disarranged gut microbiome. So we know as soon as you eat plants, and by the way, it can be conventional plants, we tell people that they should eat well-raised plants because of everything I said. But if you came in eating a standard American diet and you just started eating lentils, you know, legumes, you know, starchy roots and vegetables and fruits and seeds and nuts, well, hey, you would change your gut microbiome in a couple of days, and you would start to see your diseases abating. So, yeah, absolutely. We see it across the board.
That's great. Do you have any patients that are already plant-based that come to you with some of these GI issues?
We do. We do. I would say about half of the people we see coming to our practice don't know really what a whole food plant-based diet is. And about half are vegan. You know, they're vegan for reasons of like compassion or animal rights. And they eat, a lot of them eat a very processed and unhealthy plant diet. And then some of them come who are already, they eat either a whole plant forward or a plant-based diet of whole plant foods, but they're not, I find that they're not, it's not optimized. They may be eating too many calories, or they're eating too many dense, you know, calorie-dense foods. They're not eating enough vegetables. They're not eating enough greens. So we try to help them in this regard and help to get them on track. And then, yes, they do. Like we'll see people, and we talked about this, I think at your last summit, maybe, yeah, a common story is, yes, someone is overweight, they want to lose weight, they start eating a whole plant food diet. And, you know, they will lose weight precipitously at first, but then they level out. And then, you know, then they have to maybe refine themselves some more, and then change their gut microbiome even more and refine it and tune it. And then, you know, then they'll get further gains.
Why are those vegetables so powerful for this, especially the greens?
Are you saying to recharge our gut microbiome?
Yeah.
Well, you know, we're trying to find that out. I can give you, we know one thing, like we're trying to find this out. We know that, for example, there are specific molecules in specific plants that do specific things to specific bacteria in our gut. But we're at the dawn of understanding this. We know, for example, if you take the cruciferous family, right? And that's the turnips, the broccoli, the kale, the cauliflower, so on and so forth, Brussels sprout. We know that there's a specific molecule that is only in those plants. You know, beets are very good for you, but they're not in beets. You know, lentils are very good for you. That molecule is not in those. Blueberries are very good, but it's not in there. They're only in those specific family, and that molecule is responsible for turning on a receptor in our lymphocytes in our gut that does something we're trying to still figuring out, with the relationship of the bacteria that are in our gut. So, and we know that if you do not eat an adequate complement of these dark leafy things that I told you about, the cruciferous vegetables, your immune system probably will be subpar. You actually need these things in enough doses to actually give yourself a fantastically operating immune system. So that's like one example. We know that plants, there are tens of thousands of these special molecules in the range of whole plant foods, maybe 60 to 90,000 of them. So far, we only know about 4,000 or 5,000 of them. They're called phytochemicals or phytonutrients. And we know, we're beginning to understand that they have a crucial interactions with our gut microbiome and our immune system in our gut. So yes, the best advice I can give you regarding should I eat certain foods? Should I do this or that to help my gut? As the great Colin Campbell once talked about, the symphony. There's this symphony and orchestrated arrangement of power when we eat a diversity of plants in our diet. Be diverse. Eat everything. Eat as many different kinds in as many different arrangements and have them in your gut so that you can have this diversity, because there's so many different, these plant molecules, there's so many different kinds of them. We don't yet understand what they're doing, but you want all of them. So that's my advice. Eat a diverse diet of whole plant foods.
Celebrate diversity when it comes to
Celebrate
plants.
diversity in every way.
Yep.
Every way.
So you mentioned the immune system, and I keep hearing from the experts on this summit that most of our immune system is in the gut. So how did things like taking antibiotics, either because they're prescribed to you or even taking them because you're eating animals which are given antibiotics, how would that affect our gut?
Very harmful. Yeah. When you can measure again, we're talking about urine before with pesticide levels. If you take a person who's just eating chicken, a few times a week, you check their urine, there will always be Cipro in their urine. There will be antibiotics flowing in and out of their urine all the time. This definitely has a negative effect on our gut microbiome. So it's really important, to avoid these things, because it doesn't. They're antibiotics, and they affect our immune system greatly. There was before the show started, we were talking about some microbiologist, well-known gut microbiologist by the name of the Sonnenbergs, and I remember reading an article. It was a cover story for the New York Times Magazine a few summers ago about Michael Pollan, the food writer. And he talked about going, I believe it was to the Sonnenbergs, and he had his gut microbiome completely assayed by them. And, he is a plant-forward individual. He doesn't eat, he doesn't eat a diet specifically limited to only plants, but he eats mostly plants. And so when they assayed his gut microbiome, they found all kinds of fantastic organisms in there and that were rare and were not usually found in normal people walking around. Some of them very ancient, and some of them we beginning to understand have great immune benefits. And I remember reading the article that during this assay, after he had this done, he had to go to the dentist and took amoxicillin because he had a tooth procedure, and he had to take it for that. The microbiologist then rechecked his gut microbiome, and many of these beautiful and rare organisms were gone. They could no longer find them. So it just goes to show you this simple antibiotic that we give to children, right? For ear infections. That's what we use it for. It's the most basic of antibiotic. It has an effect on our gut microbiome.
Wow. And so there was no way to get those ancient ones back?
We don't know. It's not clear to us. Who knows? If you want to know my personal belief, I believe it depends on how diverse and how healthy your gut microbiome is to begin with. So if you have a lot of diversity down there and you have a lot of good organisms, you can withstand maybe some of these biocidal killers, these killing agents. And then as long as you're recharging and eating good foods and they're coming from a living soil, you can maybe rebalance yourself. But this is not known. It was posited in this article that maybe they will be gone forever. We just don't know enough. So that's why in my practice, I am very cautious with using any antibiotics at all. Look, if someone comes in with 105-degree fever and has a double pneumonia, I'm going to give them antibiotics. But I never prescribe antibiotics ever for upper respiratory infections. I just don't do it. I try to avoid using antibiotics for urine infections in women and we try other things first. I really try not to do it because we don't know what they do. Well, we do know they kill bacteria. Good and bad.
Oh
Good
boy, I think some of us are screwed.
Well, just keep eating your plants. Look, the human body is a self-healing machine, right? Go to your local farmer. Get that. Remember what I said. Remember what Sir Albert Howard said. We are in cycle with the soil. We came from the soil, dust to dust. Go to the soil. Get those bacteria out, right? When people take antibiotics, don't they take probiotic pills to make up for it? Go to your farmer who has a good soil. Get that carrot, get that radish, dip it in there, wipe it off, don't wash it.
A lot of people will just aren't used to doing that, because they're hygienic, especially with the pandemic. Everything is over sanitized now.
I know. Well, it has to be a farmer who knows what they're doing, first of all. Like, right, you understand.
So basically, you're just telling us to eat dirt.
Exactly.
Wow, that's incredible. Everybody I know, even people that have been vegans that eat healthy, everybody seems to have something with their gut, whether it's reflux or hemorrhoids or IBS. How much of that did you see in conjunction with people?
We do see it coming in, and then when we put them on what we call our ethos diet, which we consider a high-level plant-based diet, it goes away. I'm not saying 99% of the time it goes away. I can count on one hand the number of people, maybe over the past 20 years, who had some remnant of these problems left. But I don't remember anyone where, even when they came in with eating vegan or a lower level plant-based diet, where it didn't at least improve. And then, we were talking before about, and this is why lifestyle medicine is so beautiful, right? Because eating is just one of the pillars. But what about this? What about your squash? So we do, IBS has a well-known aspect of it is driven by emotional health and anxiety. And, we work on these things, in tandem with the patient to, MBSR and mindful practice has a powerful role in our practice. And I think together, there are very few people that are ever not successful who come into this stuff.
I know what MBSR is, but just in case somebody watching doesn't.
It's mindfulness-based stress reduction. It's sort of, how can I say? It's paying attention to your emotions and the way they make you feel. Like in someone with IBS, typically someone with IBS they'll get in stressful situations, right? All of a sudden, they'll get an abdominal cramp or bloating, or they'll have to run to the bathroom. But it's usually triggered by an external stressor. right? Emotionally in the environment. So we use, in addition to the plants, which help tremendously. And most people wipe it out, even if we don't address their anxieties or stressors. Most of the time, it's good. But to go that extra mile, we use the MBSR, the mindful practice, to make the person aware of, in that moment, when they get that abdominal cramp, why? What was it in your environment that you were confronted with, that you weren't paying attention, which made you uncomfortable, which then send that discomfort right to your gut, instead of you processing it up here and resolving it so it doesn't go to your gut. So, being in that moment and being aware of that is what we work with our patients on too.
That's great. God, I wish you were in California.
Yes, well, New Jersey is like California, a little bit.
Not really. This doesn't really have to do with gut health directly, but since you know so much about the soil, I'd like you to answer this question because I hear it all the time. As somebody, I've been, plant exclusive for over 43 years. And some people say, well, the vegan diet, the fact that you guys have to take B12 shows it's deficient. But B12 isn't from cows. It's from the soil.
It's from bacteria that are soil organisms. And this is a great illustration of what I was saying before. So right now I'm sitting in the office. I'm looking out at the farm. I don't know, maybe I should I don't know if you can see it. That's our production field. Can you see?
It's beautiful.
So right there beyond the deer fence. And so right outside my window is a septic tank that empties the toilets in this office. This is an old farmhouse that was built around World War II. The septic tank is from that period of time. So the farm hands would defecate in the toilets. It would be collected in the septic tank. What were they pooping out? Bacteria and B12, right? Because in the human being, well, and amongst all the other bacteria, right? The microbiome. In human beings, we have these bacteria that make B12, but they're in our colon. The little cruel trick that Mother Nature played on us, well, it's not a cruel trick, it was part of her design, was to connect us to the soil, right? Is that, yes, these bacteria manufacture a lot of B12 in our colon, but unfortunately, the spot where it's absorbed is north of the colon in our small intestine. So it does us no good unless we come in contact with our own feces and those organisms in B12, we can't get it. So I was just saying to one of our staff, I had them look outside the window here. There's this old concrete cover on top of the septic tank. And when we got to the farm here, I interviewed the last farmer to be here. She's now in her mid-90s, about her farming methods. And until 1985, when New Jersey outlawed it as a public health measure, the farmers of this valley, including her, would empty that septic tank out every 2 years and spread it on the fields. In other words, Sir Albert Howard again, right? Closing that cycle, creating that superorganism of the human microbiome, recharging the soil, and then her growing food in it and giving it back to the human beings. With B12, right? It's been broken. So we don't have access to B12 anymore. If you think about primates, right? Our cousins, our relatives, the gorillas who live in the treetops, or chimpanzees, right? They don't wash their hands. They're slinging poop at each other, right? They have poop on their hands, and then they eat. They're eating B12. They don't take B12 supplements. But, we wash our hands, which is a good thing, usually. Which is a good thing. But we need to restore those connections, and we need to become one with that soil again. And in the meantime, please take B12 to all of your listeners. I don't care what kind of soil you're eating from. Don't take a chance with that, because it can have horrific outcomes if you are deficient in that. Just take take it every day.
What do you recommend, like 1,000 micrograms?
No, I know people have all different kinds of ideas. I know some people recommend taking it once a week. I like taking it once every day because I think that, I don't know, it's easier to remember sometimes taking something every day than it is periodically.
I feel the same way, and so do I, just for that reason, because then I don't have to remember what day I took it.
Exactly. You just take it every day. It's like a routine, like you're brushing your teeth. And I tell people, if you still can't do it like that, just take your little bottle and rubber band and strap it to your toothbrush. So every time you brush your teeth, you'll remember, I can't brush my teeth without taking it. And I've noticed, I check these levels in my patients routinely. I've noticed that 500 micrograms in the average patient every day is a great dose. It usually gets them to be close to 1,000, I would say in the high 100s, somewhere between, in the average patient, maybe somewhere between 600 to 800 to 900. Yeah. Once in a while, we find that may be insufficient and I have to give them 1,000 micrograms. Yeah. I think the older a person is too, you have to remember, because we've abused our guts so much, there's an important factor called intrinsic factor, which our stomach makes. And this factor makes it easy for us to absorb B12 in our intestine, in our ileum. And as we abuse our stomach linings, sort of our stomach becomes, it decreases in its ability to create this intrinsic factor, and then you don't absorb as much B12. So those people may need some more. So those people I give like 1,000, but usually not 500, I would say.
When you say abuse our stomach linings, could you be more specific? Because I'm curious how you feel about things
How
like
about our plant-based brethren that drink alcohol every day, right? Alcohol is extremely toxic to the stomach lining. It's a toxin for everything, every cell in our body, but it causes gastritis when you drink it. That's one example. Eating processed foods and all kinds of other non-whole plant foods cause problems in our stomach. You could argue that drinking coffee causes problems in our stomach. There's a lot of research that shows that. So, yeah. But I think taking NSAIDs, like drugs, that's a big one. That's a problem. Alcohol. There's a known entity in the elderly which is called achlorhydria, which basically their stomach just peters out in its ability to even create stomach acid to dissolve your food in. And it's not uncommon in the elderly. It's after years and years of dietary abuse.
one of the things that I was very surprised to hear when we surveyed people from the last summit, what they needed help with in transitioning to a plant-based diet, was that despite being vegan and even whole food vegan for many years, they still suffered from constipation. Have you seen that at all? People that are eating what we
all the time. They're not eating the right kind of whole plant food diet. I have never, Chef AJ, I've seen a lot of constipation in my life. I was counting the other day, perhaps I've seen, because I've been working, I'm a working doctor. I'm not a lecturing doctor. I'm not a research doctor. All I do is I see patients day in, day out. I was counting the other day, I probably have seen close to 500,000 patients in my life. And included in that is a lot of constipation, because it's very common, because the American public has a very low fiber diet. And, when I was in medical school, then you'd have these people who have to go to the GI doctor because they have special constipation. Because no matter what, they keep taking bottles of Metamucil, but that still doesn't solve the problem. But we're taking fiber, doctor. We take we take 4 times the Metamucil that we're supposed to. We're still constipated. But the problem is Metamucil is not wanted by a good, healthy gut microbiome. Whole plant fibers are. We know that taking Metamucil, or even if you have to take these inert fiber supplements from psyllium. And by the way, when you hear the Metamucil commercials, they say plant-based, right? If you listen to them now, because they're trying to get onto this plant-based train. It doesn't help your gut microbiome. You need these living plants. So all the time, including in children, you know, we were taught in medical school, well, maybe in these outliers, maybe they were not born with the innervation, the gut innervation. They just don't have enough nerve fibers going to their gut to have the peristaltic movements, those movements in the colon that push contents along. No pun intended. Bullshit. I don't think that's the problem. I think because I've never seen any case of constipation not resolved with a high level diet of whole plant foods. Now that you have to remember, that means getting rid of emulsifiers, getting rid of processed kinds of all kinds of food additives that disrupts the mucus layer that's between the gut microbiome and that absorptive surface. It means a diet of whole plant foods. Now, look, I don't know everything in the world. Maybe there is someone out there with, was born without enough nerves in the colon, but I've not had the, chance to meet that person.
Thanks for mentioning emulsifiers, because that's where I first learned about them through one of the other experts in this summit, Dr. Janice Lasser, who talked about how certain plant milks have these, and I stopped using them immediately.
Absolutely. Yeah. Look, plant-based people, right? Vegans like to eat dark chocolate, right? With soy lecithin, right? If you go to Trader Joe's, every single dark chocolate has soy lecithin in it. It's a common additive, emulsifier. What about all the diet sodas, right, that people drink who are vegan? They affect that mucus layer. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that is not necessarily animal foods, but they're processed chemicals, and they affect our gut microbiome.
That makes sense, and thanks for bringing them up to us. So Dr. Weiss, what is the truth about GI health?
The truth about GI health is, first of all, you should relax. I know that maybe your head is blown up because I was telling you, oh my God, you have to only eat these precious things and whatever you can. I'm going to have nothing to eat now. I'm going to destroy my gut microbiome. But remember that hierarchy. As long as you eat, if you're eating animal foods and processed foods, get off them. Just eat whole plant foods. That's the first step. And if you do that, you're doing amazing things for yourself, and you're going to be healthy. You're going to be healthy. If you want to go the extra step, and you will as time goes on, because you pay so much attention. You're so right. People who eat plants are so mindful. You're paying so much attention to what you're doing. You want to do that extra little thing for yourself. So maybe you could then maybe get some plants that are not served with a dose of poison on the side. It's like, it makes sense to me. And then lastly, maybe you could eat those plants without the poison, knowing that you will preserve the earth for our children and grandchildren. So that's how I would end in my comments to you. Don't sweat it. Just think about these things. Let them percolate and eat plants. Eat plants.
I love that. What's good for the earth is good for the microbiome. Thank you so much, Dr. Weiss.
My pleasure.
So there you have it, folks. You don't want to eat your plants with a dose of poison on the side. I just want to thank Lori Herman for all the wonderful comments she's making on the Summit page. We thank you so much for your support, and those that have chosen to own the Summit package, we do thank you so much for your support. You can get a buddy pass, makes a great holiday gift. And we just love when you're commenting on the page. So keep doing it. We really appreciate it. And please just share the Summit with people that you love or know. It's absolutely free, and we have another whole week to go. So, there's a saying, you don't know what you don't know. And I didn't know any of this. I mean, I didn't know anything going into this summit, really. I feel like I had a crash course in GI health, but who knew that the soil has its own microbiome and that the microbiome of the soil affects the microbiome of the gut? Well, apparently Dr. Ron Weiss, as both a farmer and a doctor, did. I mean, we knew that there was so many microorganisms in our gut, but who knew that there were trillions in 1 tablespoon of soil? And because of what we're doing with our farming practices, our gut has decreased in diversity. And who knew that this was part of the problem? I love how Dr. Weiss said, as we destroy our soil, we will continue to destroy our health, because the last 100 years of industrial farming has ruined the soil by using pesticides instead of human and animal waste. And we need to get the soil bacteria in the plants so we can get these favorable bacteria into our guts. The probiotics are on the plants themselves. You're not going to get an answer in a pill. You're going to get it in a food, a whole food. He mentioned that the white pills that come from factories are not what he gives his patients. He gives them radishes or carrots pulled from the living soil on the farm he lives on, and has them keep them in a dark refrigerator and manually wipe off the dirt and not wash and peel. We have gotten too hygienic. I understand that there's a pandemic, but I'm saying in general, we have gotten way too hygienic, and this has caused so many of the problems. Roundup and other agents, if they kill life, what do you think they're doing to your gut? What do you think they're doing to your microbes and your bacteria? And I didn't even know that there was a thing called regenerative farming or regenerative soil. I've heard of organics, but glyphosate, it kills weeds. It was originally produced as an antibiotic. So it kills the bacteria in the soil. And we heard from Dr. Clapper and other doctors the problem with antibiotics for our gut. And if we're eating animal products still in dairy, we're still taking mass doses of them on a daily basis. He says, as we build up the soil, we build up our gut. And don't go to the grocery store. Go to the farmer's market if you can. And you want to hear the words regenerative, even if it's not organic, because our bodies are made of soil, ashes to ashes and dust to dust. Dr. Weiss says we must put the nutrients back in the soil, because right now we're just mining and mining. He talked about the Rodelli Institute inventing the organic certification, but now it's very watered down because they can use chemicals like pyrethrum. So is organic really better when it's got all those toxic chemicals in it, even though it can still be classified as organic? And he talked about how hydroponic produce grown in water with some minerals can even be certified organic. We want to grow our plants in the soil with a rich microbiome so that we can have a rich microbiome. He said plants evolve being grown in soil, and the microorganisms that we need are not present in these hydroponic plants grown in water or grown in sand, like he mentioned. Even if it's organic from Mexico, it could be grown in sand and sprayed with approved organic pesticides. I mean, how can chemicals be organic when they're killing the actual life it's in the plant? I don't understand this, and it makes me actually quite angry. He said organic produce did not used to look beautiful as it does today in stores like Whole Foods, because apples are often sprayed with tetracycline. Again, another antibiotics. We don't want a dose of poison with our food. If these things are killing the bacteria in the soil, isn't it safe to assume that they're killing the bacteria in your gut? I would think so. Dr. Weiss mentioned Rachel Carson about talking about biocides, which include herbicides, fungicides, insecticides. And we do have fungus that make up our microbiome. He says, even though this is daunting and we almost don't want to know this, he says it's still always preferential to consume plants, even when conventional, over animal products or processed food, even when organic. That is a very, very big take-home point. We had already had Dr. Greger on the summit, but I know on nutritionfacts.org, he concurs with that. He says now climate change is more urgent than cleaning out people's arteries, and the use of chemical-based agriculture is destroying the soil. So we're destroying our planet in all ways. He said there's a molecule in cruciferous plants that aren't in things like lentils, beets, or berries, although very helpful, that actually turns on a receptor in the lymphocytes in our gut. Mind-blowing. And if we don't eat enough of these cruciferous vegetables, our immune system will be subpar. Dr. Weiss said there's a crucial interaction between the immune system and the gut, and that microbiome diversity is so crucially important. So like in life, such in plants, we want to celebrate diversity. That's key. And Dr. Weiss gave an example of somebody who actually took an antibiotic and lost his ancient microbial bacteria. And Michael Pollan had rare microorganisms as well, he mentioned. Antibiotics have a very deleterious effects to our guts. We are from the soil, we came from the soil, so go to your farmer, not your pharmacist. He said that IBS is also driven by emotional health and anxiety, and we're going to get a lot into that, I promise you, in the summit, and we touched on it already. So to pay attention to your emotions and how they make you feel. Mindfulness-based stress reduction has you aware of the moment that you get the abdominal cramp and why, he mentioned. And again, when Suzanne Smith and some of the other experts come on, we're going to deal with more of this emotional component of some of the GI disorders. He talked about Sir Albert Howard and how we don't have access to B12 anymore. We need to restore the connection with the soil, and we must take B12, whether we're vegan or not. They say that there's an equal amount of B12 deficiency in people that are carnivores as well. He says it's because if the soil's not fertilized with human or animal poop anymore. He recommends taking 500 micrograms and taking it daily so you don't forget. And I loved his suggestion about tying a rubber band around your toothbrush so you remember. He felt that 500 micrograms was sufficient for most of his patients, but so many of us have abused our guts for so long and so much. There's something important he mentioned called the intrinsic factor, and this factor makes it easy for us to absorb B12 in our intestines. Our ileum, as we abuse our stomach lining, it decreases in its ability to create this intrinsic factor, and then we don't absorb as much B12. So he mentioned that those people may need to take 1,000 micrograms. And Dr. Weiss, by the way, is one of the many doctors that can do telemedicine and consults. He said that alcohol is extremely toxic to the stomach lining and causes gastritis, as do NSAIDs and coffee and processed food and animal products. Are you starting to hear a theme here? Achlorhydra, he mentioned in the elderly, was when their stomach acid just peters out and they can't produce any stomach acid anymore after years of dietary abuse. I love how poetic his words were. Metamucil is not wanted by a good, healthy gut microbiome. Like Dr. Tillage said, fiber supplements on McDonald's just isn't going to work. Whole, healthy plant fibers are needed, so we have to eat living plants. He cracked me up when he said certain people have to see a GI doctor because they have special constipation. In general, they are not eating the right plant-based diet, and he has seen close to 500,000 patients in his practice now. As we know, Americans eat a low-fiber diet. Food additives disrupt the mucus layer. Diet soda, soy lecithin, and vegan chocolate are an example of some of these processed chemicals. And he ended with saying, what's good for the earth is good for the microbiome. So eat plants. And if you're eating processed food and animal products, just get off them. I appreciate the kind comments on my summaries and takeaways. People asked how they could get them. Well, when you choose to own the Summit Package for Life, you get all my takeaways, including several bonuses, including me teaching several yoga classes and other wonderful bonuses, as well as the written transcript, which can be very helpful when you need to look something up, as well as the audio video download. Remember, at the end of the day, you have 20 hours to rewatch any of these videos. They'll be available by video then, and we start every day at 8 a.m. Pacific time, which is 11 a.m. Eastern time. And today was day 3. So we have, let's see, 6 more days, or is it 7 more days? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm very bad at math. 6 more days. So let me introduce the speakers tomorrow. Talk about heavy hitters. 3 of these doctors have actually been on the Truth About Weight Loss Summit twice, and I know you'll recognize them because they are quite well known in the plant-based world, but also not in the plant-based world, because the first speaker is none other than multiple New York Times bestselling author, Dr. Joel Fuhrman. And he is going to start the day talking about how the standard diet that most people eat and even some proclaimed health foods can damage our gut flora. He'll be followed by Dr. Rosanne Oliveira, who is going to blow your mind when she talks about the connection between gut health and weight. Unbelievable, her presentation. Dr. Jessica Krant is third up tomorrow, and she'll talk about the link between our gut health and our skin health, because who knew that the skin and the soil all had their own microbiome. And we'll end the day with one of my favorite doctors, Dr. Ellen Goldhammer, one of my mentors, who will talk about optimizing your gut health and restoring vitality and smart food choices. Please continue to share this free summit with those you care about, even if you don't choose to own the summit package for life. And we so appreciate when you make comments on the summit page. So thanks for tuning in, and we look forward to seeing you at 8 a.m. Pacific time for day 4 of the GI Health Summit. I'm Chef AJ, and take care.